Hello, good afternoon, all of you. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. You are audible.
Okay. So, good afternoon, all of you. Welcome to the third session of today's international conference titled Indigenous and Tribal History. The session will be chaired by Manjusa K. ma'am. A very warm welcome to the ma'am, and thank you for accepting our invitation to the chair of the session. Before starting the session, I would like to introduce the chair to our speakers and participants. Manjusa ma'am is working as assistant professor at the School of Gandhian Thought and Development Studies, Mahatma Gandhi University, Kottayam, Kerala, and former head of the Department of Lifelong Learning and Extension, and also function as the director, Civil Service Institute, Mahatma Gandhi University, Kottayam. She is also functioning as one of the honorary joint directors of the Inter-University Center for Organic Farming and Sustainable Agriculture, Mahatma Gandhi University, Kottayam. She has published many research articles in various journals. Recently, she has submitted an ICSSR sponsored major research project. Another major research project under UGC on indigenous organic farming, and now finished a documentary film project under the initiative of Government of Kerala. She is also functioning as the regional secretary, Kerala History Congress. Her main area of interest are tribal or indigenous studies, Kerala history, and social movement. So before handing over the session to ma'am, I would like to make few announcements for the speakers and the participants. All the speakers have been allotted 10 minutes for their presentation and 3 minutes for their concluding remarks. So it is a request to speakers kindly stick to the time allotted to you. Once we are done with the presentation, we have 30 minutes long question answer session. So participants can write down their questions in the chat box along with the name of the speaker. So once again, welcome Manjusa ma'am. Now over to you, Manjusa ma'am.
Thank you, Alakumar. Mm, a very warm good afternoon to one and all of you. And as already introduced, I am Manjusha, Assistant Professor, School of Gandhi Thought and Development Studies, Mahatma Gandhi University, Kottayam. And first of all, I would like to congratulate the Asiatic Society for Social Science Research for organizing such a wonderful online conference, international online conference for 3 days. And now, as the time is restricted, I'm coming directly towards the session. And coming to the session, I got five abstracts, five presentations in this session. And Rakesh Kumar is the first presenter as per the schedule, and he will be presenting a paper on tribal history, a study of its problems and prospects. And he is a PhD scholar, Department of Tribal Studies, Central University of Jharkhand. He is present here, I think. And the second paper will be presented by Bharata Prasad Jana, and the paper he is an research scholar, Department of AAHC and Vishwabharati Shanti Niketan. And the title of the paper is Role of Various Social Groups in the Domain of Temple Patronage in Odisha, a study from 7th century CE to 13th century CE. And next paper will be presented by, it is a joint presentation by Sonia Maria Thomas, Department of History, Pondicherry University, and PM Saida Sahni, Department of History, Paru College, Calicut University. And the title of their paper is Hierarchy of Caste over Female Body in Malabar Coast. And the fourth paper is entitled as Being Garo, and it will be presented by Binia M. Momin, Research Scholar, Department of History, Northeastern Hill University. And the last paper of the session will be presented by Teresa Joshi, postgraduate, Department of History, Malabar Christian College. And the title of her paper is Social Transition Among the Malayaran Tribes of Kerala. And with all your permission, I invite Rakesh Kumar, PhD scholar, Department of Tribal Studies, Central University of Jharkhand, to present his paper on tribal history, a study of its problems and prospects. Welcome, Rakesh Kumar. Rakesh? Please unmute yourself. Unmute yourself. Yagesh, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I try to sharing.
Yeah, now you are audible. You can present.
Visual, ma'am. My
Yes, yes, it's visible.
okay. Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, all of you, and Chairperson, ma'am. I am Rakesh Kumar, PhD Research Scholar, Department of Tribal Study, Central Jharkhand. My paper is Tribal History, a study of its problem and prospect. Background of the study, abstract, abstract introduction, etc. Abstract. History represents peoples, but in the historical context of our country, it has been primarily based on a long-dated monarchy and political influence of their region over neighboring rulers. Historical writing on common people in our country is almost absent, and few researches and books which are available on them have relatively little concern about their history. After introducing subaltern history in the writing process or marginalized and common people of India, etc., such as peasants, women, Dalit, and tribal people, etc., have been increased as a small peak in greater aspirations to write their history and identity in the past exploitations. Research in tribal history generally reflect a effective community domain, have a relatively more concern with the tribal people in which there were no feudatory state rules. They have been living from aeon period in their traditional village economy, and still at most of them have a dependent in their surrounding jungle and land for their livelihoods. It appropriate period are to be established, or for tribal history we must define substantial changes of economic organization, direction, and a peak of activity. Along with all of these things, we must focus on tribal movement and resistance against colonial rulers and landlords who belong from different culture from them. Introduction. India possesses rich on historical archaeological evidence of humankind, which goes long back, dated in prehistoric and proto-history in the name of Harappan civilizations, of which primary villages eras went on to 5000 BC to 7000 BC. In the excavation of the Harappan sites revealed that there were a large number of accommodated metropolitan cities and with technological arrangement which were adjoined with the neighboring and remote native villages or settlements. People of these civilizations lived with the high living standard of socio-economic and cultural value, and did external merchandised entrepreneurship activity with Afghanistan, Mesopotamia, Balochistan, and Iran, along with the internal merchandised relationship with Khetri, Rajasthan, South India, Odisha, Bihar, and Himalaya regions. The novel Yogi did a through research, study, and analysis on the available primary resources on the racial populations among the Harappan, proposed that among the populations of Harappan civilization, there had the prominence of the Australid and Sumerian types of peoples, with a few exceptions. He cited Risley, who did a call the combined from the both Australid and Sumerian as Dravidian. Most of the tribal people of Jharkhand who are concentrated in southern and central portion of Jharkhand are found in Negrito, Proto-Australid, Mongolid, Mediterranean, and Nordic. The Proto-Australid features are found in the Kharwar, Munda, Bhumij, and Malpaharia. During the colonial period, all tribal peoples were generally classified between the Kularian tribes and the Dravidian tribes. The Dravidian tribes such as the Ho, Munda, Urao, Kharia, Bhumij, Kisan, Santhal, Gond, and Malpaharia, etc., are the major tribes of Jharkhand which are involved in the settled agriculture. History represent people, but in the historical context of our country, it has been the primarily based on long-dated monarchy and political influence of their region over neighboring rulers. Historical writing on common people in our country is almost absent, and few researchers and books which are available on them have relatively little concern about their history. After introducing subaltern history in the writing process or marginalized are common people of India, such as peasant, women, Dalit, and tribal people, etc., have been increased as a small peg in the greater specialization to write their history and identity in the past exploitation. Research in tribal history, which generally reflect a effective community domain, have relatively more concerns with the tribal people in which there are no feudatory estate rules. Tribal people have been living in the traditional villages economy for a long period and are still at a, most of them have been dependent on the neighboring surrounding jungle and land for the livelihoods. If appropriate period for are to be established for the tribal history, we must define substantial changes of their traditional tribal economy along with socio-economic organizations, direction and peg of activity. Along with all these things, what have been happened with the tribal people of this land in pre-colonial, colonial, and after independence, we must focus on tribal movement and resistance against colonial rulers and landlord, intruder, and outside who belong from different culture from them. Methods. The research articles has been focused on the observation and evaluations over various dimensions of historical terms under the qualitative and descriptive methods for the study of tribal history, gave selective attention to the study of the sociological and anthropological connections for access their relevance in underlying subject and perspective. Area of study observation on the problem and prospect of tribal history. The limitation of the present study will be focused on Jharkhand. Objective. The purpose of the research article presented in the historical context has not been only in to understand the tribal civilization and culture of Jharkhand, but also have been focused to the study on the tribal history. Discussion and result. The abode of tribal peoples Jharkhand is located on the eastern part of India, where there are 32 different tribal people lives from a one period of times. Among 32 different total tribal community such as Asur, Bihor, Birjia, Hilkharia, Kharwa, Purva, Paharia, Banga, Savar, Malpaharia, and Soria Paharia are recognized as particularly vulnerable tribal groups. As per the historical and geographical process of immigration, migration, and displacement from one place to another in search of earning livelihood and sustaining themselves in different situations have been prevailed among them in respect of time and space with our consolidated the tribal culture. The different types of customary law, norms, rituals, along with the modes of earning of livelihood had been prevailed among them, and their traditional settlements or village which were different or altered with respect of time and space, but pattern of tribal culture among all the 32 tribal community of this land was the same. They were primarily dependent on jungle and zameen for their different modes of tribal economy. The pattern of changing tribal culture in the context of time and space have been the subject matters of study in both anthropology and history. Above reviewing literature on the tribal people of Jharkhand, the work of SCR 1912 and 1928, Mohan 1923, Gupta 1976, and Sharma 1996, Chaudhary, Upadhyay, Ahmad, and gave only detailed information about tribal people of this land in an anthropological point of view, but did not give any historical account of these tribal peoples. And on the other side, Asiroi, Singh, Virottam Misra wrote about the history and culture of Jharkhand, but little disclosed about the history of tribal people of this land. Anthropological use only anthropological theory and methods, and historians do the same by using the historical method and theories. Anthropologists use only anthropological theory and methods, and historians do the same by using historical method and theories. All of them seldom wrote a tribal history. In the work of anthropological monograph, there is nothing about their history in context of pre-colonial or colonial period, and the same things could be easily found in the historical work where they were wrote about pre-colonial and colonial history, but there is nothing detailed account of tribal people of this land. While analyzing and studying on the method and theories on ethnohistory in the mid of 1960s and 1980s, James Axtell wrote in his article Ethnohistory and Historians' Viewpoint. The most of the historians and anthropologists were concerned for studying ethnohistory and agreed for using both the historical and ethnological or anthropological method and materials to access knowledge system of the nature as well as cause of changes in tribal culture defined by ethnological concept and categories. According to the James Axtell's anthropological work is mainly based on cultural formations of past by studying the present culture known or a specific community, while historian writes history of culture by studying of past. Actually, anthropologists study the culture of people in upstream present to the known and past, while historians do it in the downstream from the past toward the present. Reviewing on the method and approaches of anthropology and history of for the study of history of indigenous and tribal people, one should have to move both forward and backward in time and space for extensive work on tribal history or ethnohistory. Uniting archaeological, ethnology, history, anthropology, and linguistics, the approaches and methodology of these all allied subjects of social sciences could be generally recognized as method and approaches of ethnohistory, and further the method and approaches of the study of tribal history could be easily recognized as same as the ethnohistory. Conclusion: the a study on the early peoples throughout thousands of years of culture history disclosed that they still live on the traditional economic system along with their customary law and norms, which are eventually based on cultural, ecological based philosophy. The whole discourse of tribal people demands urgent need of studying on their changing pattern of culture. It demands mixed methods and methodology of history and anthropology to bring out the complete detailed accounts of tribal history. Uh, Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Rakesh. It was a very nice presentation, and you have to stay online as the question answer session will follow after the presentations. And next, I would like to invite Bharata Prasad Jana to present his paper on role of various social groups in the domain of temple patronage in Odisha, a study from the 7th century CE to 13th century CE. Over to Bharat Prasad Jana.
Hello.
Yeah, you are audible.
Hello. Thank you. Respected Chairperson, and good afternoon to all. My name is Bharat Prasad Jena. I am from Vishabharati Central University. Today I am to present the paper, The Role of Various Social Groups in the Domain of Temple Patronage in Odisha from 7th century to 13th century common era. So, to start from, as we know, the early medieval Odisha or India, it's roughly known as the building of Brahmanical temple building activities, and we have seen that the mainly because of the royal patronage, the temples has been started building and evolved throughout this period. But I'm here to present the role of various other social groups apart from the royal persons patronage, and how they other part of the society. They they played a role to maintain and the temple and for its survival and smoother running throughout this very period. So first of all, we see there is group of agricultural communities who played a very significant role in the maintenance of this temple. They played a very significant role in supplying food grains to these temples. From the it is fact from the epigraphic record that the Narsinga temple inscription of Chodoganga Deva, it states that the gift was entrusted with the campus for the supply of clarified water to continue the burning of lamp. So here the campus is specified as the occupational community entrusted and assigned to continuously supply the necessary agricultural products, that is rice, barley, wheat, sometimes sugarcane, and charu, like agricultural products, to some of these respective temples. Likewise, there are a group of florists, 6-7 times the donative inscriptions we found that they are cited and they are assigned to send some of the fragrant flowers to these unlimitable temples. Like we have seen the Narsinga temple inscription of the Chodoganga Deva of 1148 Common Era. It states that the gift of a perpetual lamp with wicks to God Purushottama by the regional officer Lolapa during the his 17th regnal year of Chodoganga Deva. He also made and maintenance of the gift which was entrusted with Shivadasa, the Malakaro. The Malakaro is the indigenous term used for the florist. And likewise, another inscription, that is Narsinga temple inscription of Jagannath temple, it records that the community of garland maker entrusted with the money for the maintenance of the gifted perpetual lamp. So another Narsinga temple inscription also records that a Malakara, his name is Jayaraja, he is also known as the head of a guild of garland maker. So or else known as Malakara Sestin, under which supervision the maintenance of the temple also got it. Another important group of in which who supply necessary goods and items to temples for its maintenance, the cow herder or the herdsmen. They were the cattle rearer and they are rearing the cattle, sheep, goat, and buffalo like milch animals. And the Puri inscription of Anangabhivadama III, it states that that the Sri Karana Suru Senapati, he is an officer of the record department of under the king. He is assigned to provide milk, clarified water, and rice and curds to the deities. Likewise, another institution of Chodoganga of the 11th century refers to the gift of lamb and 50 female buffaloes to god Bhimesa by Vanapati, the commander of chief of King Chodoganga. So these cowherds, they were assigned to supply the milk products, necessary milk products to those temples in the maintaining of this temple. Along with this, some of the other occupational communities, they were also associated in the maintaining and caretaking of these temples during the early medieval period. Among them, the betel nut dealer and the sweeper, and the lime washer, musicians, and the potter, and the oilman or teliki, etc. From the Nagari temple inscription, uh, we we get to know that it refers that when a gramo was gifted to a brahmana, people from other occupations were also included in that. The grant also refers that the entire area was enclosed by other houses of merchants like goldsmith, conch shell dealer, potter, betel leaf dealer, oil man, fisherman, and washerman. Mm, So from the Madhava Panji, the temple chronicle of the Puri Jagannatha temple, we get to know that there's a system that is Chhattisan Nijogo. Get to know that Chhattisan Nijogo, where 97 kinds of Sevayata, they were negotiated in doing 36 kind of seva or services to the Lord Jagannatha, and so among them, also some occupational communities where they associated or to do the duties, like among them uh, the Bodhi, the carpenter, the Kumbhakara or the temple potter, the Bindhania or the temple goldsmith. So these are some indigenous terms used, like the Chitrakar, the temple tailor, and the Mahanta, the temple elephant master, like this Guna Valua, or who makes the ropes, uh, like this. So these are some occupational community. They are associated in the temple duty, doing temple duty to upkeep the temple in this period. So now, coming to the role of the social groups, as we seen, apart from the royal patronage, they were these social groups or occupational communities. They are associated with these temples in supplying these necessary things and goods to the temple for its ritual purpose, for its daily worship, and for the maintenance of this temple. And so here we see there are 4 types of role they played in to run this temple throughout this medieval period, early medieval period. And mainly, number 1, as a patron, they donate, mainly the donors, they donate land and gold sometimes also. So they played the role of a donor also and patronize these temples to run. And as a supplier, they supply these necessary things, agricultural products and various animal products to for the develop of the temple and and the god. And as a caretaker, we see many times the inscription talks about that group of group of merchant or group of these Sreshtin, they have assigned to receive the donations on behalf of the temple from the Doni, and to maintain those donated land and extract surplus or agricultural products from that donated land. So they played a very role of supervisor. And number 3 and number 4, we see they played a role of temple staffs, where various occupational community, they as part of service duty to the temple, they are negotiated in maintaining the temple, cleaning it, and proper running of the temple as per the system, and for which some of those temples, they survived throughout the medieval and early medieval period, and in this living condition which we found. So That's all from the presentation. Thank you. Hello. Hello.
Thank you, Bharat Prasad Jana. You have to stay online, and we are moving to the next presentation. And I invite Sonia Maria Thomas and PM Saida Tahni to present their paper on hierarchy of caste over female body in Malabar Coast.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm PM Saida Tahani. I'm from Paru College, Calicut. I'm currently pursuing my post-graduation in library and information science. My friend Sonia Maria Thomas and I will be currently jointly presenting our paper titled Hierarchy of Caste over Female Body in Malabar Coast.
Okay, hi everyone. Myself Sonia Maria Thomas, currently doing PG in History in Pondicherry University. And first of all, we are thanking Asiatic Society of Social Science Research for giving us the opportunity to present our paper in international conference. And our paper is titled Hierarchy of Caste over Female Body in Malabar Coast. Malabar Coast is the southwest coast of India. Currently, Kerala is the state situated southwest coast, Republic of India. In the early modern period, Nambudris were at the topmost position in the hierarchy of caste, which existed in Kerala. Henceforth, they envisioned caste purity through the commanding of righteous control over its females, right from the controlling of the mobility of its women to control over their bodies. They had devised out a detailed structure of its execution. The Andajanam means Nambudri women were never an independent being. Right from their birth, they had to face disparity and discrimination. They were biased against while their male counterparts enjoyed all kinds of privilege. The antecedents of control over female body was mainly by Smarta Vicharam, existed in 19th and early 20th century. The word Smarta Vicharam means trial by the Smartan, and Smartan who is the Vedic judge. The content of Smarta Vicharam was one which was stemmed from the assumption that the patriarchal leading authorities somehow had a position of ascendancy over the female sexuality. The Smarta Vicharam of Tatrikuti was one which stood out from the rest. It is mainly owing to her daring demeanor and audacious determination that she was able to trump the patriarchal norms of the Nambudiri community. Datri was undoubtedly a social reformer. She was headstrong as she was beautiful and despised the men who wanted to see her fall. However, it is indeed doubtful if she has been given enough credit for bringing into life the emancipation of the Andajanams. The practice of Smarta Vicharam was completely patriarchal, and societal construct means to maintain the inequality between the genders. Smarta Vicharam. It is believed that the gods has descended to the earth in the form of Brahmins. The Nambudris were the Brahmins of Kerala. The Brahmin's body is considered to be pure, his steady, elegant, and the most preferred out of the human beings. To understand Smarta Vicharam, it is inevitable to learn about the concept of Nambudris and their lives intertwined with the customs and rituals. In the Nambudiri community, the protection of the chastity of women was carried out in a strict manner. Smarta Vicharam is the history of the trials of the Nambudiri women. The concept of purity and chastity was limited due to applicable to just women. This specific tradition of Smarta Vicharam lasted till the last 2 decades of the 20th century. For the Nambudiri men, any kind of immoral acts were acceptable. However, in the case of Vandajanam, it was considered as a grave sin. If the husband doubts his wife, he approaches a higher authority, and from there an initial committee is sent where Smarta Vicharam is beginning. They perform the Dasi Vicharam, in which the Dasis of the Andajanam are questioned. Dasi is the female servant. If the answer of this Dasi strengthen the doubts of the husband, the Andajanam is sent to Anjambura like a separate house, and from then on she is addressed as Sadhana, which means object, and not by her name. Afterwards, the problem is presented before the king. The king then sends a committee headed by the Smartan and consisting of 4 Mimisagas, who were the scholars learned in the scriptures, and a Brahmin as a representative of the king. The representative of the king is given a mund, like a cloth, to cover his head by the king. The Mimisagas are the ones responsible with framing the questions to be asked to do the sadhana. The questions are to be constructed with the intention of bringing the truth to light. The committee then heads towards the Anjambura with the husband. A prayer to the Almighty is performed. The Smartan and the Sadhanam are not supposed to see each other. When the questioning begins, the representative of the king sits with his head covered with the moon, and if he feels that the questions are not good enough, he puts the moon down. Seeing this, the Smartan has to analyze what was wrong with the questions and modify his questions accordingly. The king's representative puts the moon back if he feels the questions have been changed to be apt. The Smarthan has to be listened to the answers given by the sadhana and present it before the Nunasagas. The process is continued as long as the sadhana either admits to her deeds or the doubts of the committee has been cleared as such. Sometimes, good rats or poisonous snakes were sent into the room where the sadhanam sits in order to pursue her to say the names. The whole process of the questioning may last from a few days to long months, as long as it takes the sadhanam to admit her sin and list out the names. If the sadhanam admits to her sins, the divide between the committee and the sadhanam is removed, and from then on, the questions regarding the details of the men are raised. All of the men are numbered and the details such as time, relation to her, etc. are noted. Their findings are then presented before the king. Then the sadhana will excommunicated from the society. The excommunication is termed as brushed. However, if the sadhana expresses deep regret on committing the sin and promises to never repeat it again, it is to be made sure that she is not left to die of hunger. The men whose names were said by the sadhanam are also excommunicated. Hence, the system of smarta vicharam is considered as the responsibility of the king in order to save the dharma of the varna. However, if the smarta vicharam proves the innocence of the sadhanam, her husband is to apologize for his doubts. The smarta vicharam committee too bows before the andajanam and apologize for the dishonor and difficulty it had caused her. Sometimes the man responsible for her pregnancy takes her along with him. Some end up in prostitution. With the Smarta Vijaram, the Sadhanam, her family members, and the men she had named are all declared as brushed. They are not allowed entry to the worlds and thrones. Being declared brushed was equivalent to being sentenced to death.
Now, through the trials of Tatrikuti, the archival record of the Smarta Vijaram of Kuriyadattu Tatre is titled as the Smarta Vijaram of 1080 under Cochin province and starts with addressing of Pakasheri Ashtamurti Nambudiri's daughter Tatri, married to Chemmandatta Kuriyadattu Illathu Raman Nambudiri as the Sadhan. Here, as in most cases, the woman has been addressed as in accordance with her relationship to her male family members. An additional title can also be seen, that is Sadhana. The men named by the Sadhana were issued a notice to present their evidences before the committee. The writing down of the information elicited from the Sadhana was not in practice. However, due to the king's proclamation, in this particular case, the claims of the Sadhana were also included. The men named by the Sadhana were numbered and listed. Of the 65 men named by the Sadhanam, that is Tatrikuti, 2 had passed away. The rest, 63 men, were issued a notice. But out of them, 3 didn't present themselves before the committee. The most common of the claims were that they were not at the place at the date given by Tatri. The certificates and witnesses they presented were proven to be fake. The Smarthan has written that the claims of the Sadhanam seems to be strong and true, and there is no need whatsoever to procure further evidences. However, the claims of the men seem to be weak and forged. Another of the archival records on the matter was pertaining to the conduct of the process of Smarta Vicharam. The rules regarding the conduct of Smarta Vicharam was carefully laid down in a particular document. It is stated as of 2nd June 1905. For the first time in the history of Smarta Vicharam, the King of Kochi, Sir Sri Ramavarma, passed an order permitting the men to question the Sadhana by their own or through a lawyer. However, most of the men claimed that they had never seen her in their life. The men who asked to meet the Sadhanam and question her themselves were granted permission. Her answers were not to their favor. District Judge Ramachandra Iyer came with one of the accused and questioned the Sadhanam and went back after hearing her smart response. The politics of representation and different viewpoints influenced this construction of the image of Tatrikuti, with the two extremes being one rooted in the notion of morality and the other one as a powerful symbol of vengeance. Altogether, the word sadhanam appears 141 times in the archival documents. This is a cursor point indicating the objectification of the woman in the very practice of smarta vicharam and in the then society. The word sadhanam depicts a woman as just an object. Once suspected, the consequences became gruesome for the Andajaram. An Andajaram would turn out to be a sadhanam during smarta vicharam. Andajaram means things in the house and sadhanam means merely a thing. The oppression of the women took another form now, as clearly evident from this change of their names. One can only imagine how miserable their lives were. The words Sandajanam and Sadhanam both show the duality present in the lives of women from rich aristocratic Nambudiri families. Nambudiri women lived a double life of affluence and constraint. They did not have a say in what happened to them. And we conclude that it was a norm that during Smartvijaram, the woman had to be obedient and soft spoken. However, in a space where the voice of woman was not very familiar, Tatri's loud voice became a revolutionary fire which ignited the path to the many generations of women to come. With this, it is believed that Tatri succeeded in avenging or settling of scores of all the Andajans who had led a life of unbearable loss of dignity and misery. Tatri shocked the existing Brahminical dominance up to some extent by challenging the very system it had been using to control its women. Tatri's Smartavijaram can be considered as a voice of protest for the Andajanams against atrocities the Nambudiri women were subjected to. What Tatri did triggered the acceleration of the fading away of the inhuman social practices the Nambudiri women had to face mass death traditions. A bold stand caused the withering away of the stronghold the patriarchal Nambudiri community had on its women. Tatri's was a voice of resistance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sonia and Tahni. And please stay online. And we are moving to the next presentation by Binia M. Momin. The paper is entitled as Being Garo. Binia M. Momin, welcome. Please unmute yourself. Binia, please.
Good afternoon.
Okay.
Actually, I asked for five minutes as I'm trying to navigate.
Binia, you are not audible.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you, but it is not clear.
Okay, okay, ma'am. Can I take
Okay,
5 minutes
present.
as I'm facing some technical issues? I'll get back right back after the next paper, if possible, if I'm allowed.
You have to present after the last presentation.
Okay, ma'am. That will do.
Okay.
Can I do that?
Then. Okay, then I would like to call Teresa Joshi, Department of History, Madras Christian College, for presenting her paper on social transition among the Malayan tribes of Kerala. Teresa Joshi, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay, Teresa.
I shall present my screen. Just hold on. Is my screen visible?
Yeah, it's coming. Yeah,
okay.
It's visible.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I am Teresa Joshi. I have completed my master's from Madras Christian College in 2021. So today I am here to present the topic social transition among the Malayan tribes of Kerala. So today we'll be discussing, on this paper, we'll be discussing about a brief introduction of these tribes, then a historical overview of these tribes, how they evolved, such as their previous ancient social status, then the status of women in the society, funeral practices, etc. And then we'll be discussing about the commencement and impact of missionaries in the lives of Malayarians, how the missionary works have transformed into the present day Malayarians, and then we'll be discussing about the status of Malayareans in the contemporary India. So without any further delay, let's get started. The origin of word tribes sprawls in the Latin word tribus, and it means 1/3. And the tribal society.
Teresa, please change your slide.
Yeah. Is it visible?
Yeah, it's visible.
Okay, yeah. So tribal societies exhibit a remarkable system of economic design, and it have a compactness and self-sufficiency that is lacking in the modern society. And recently, these conventional notions, such as the heterogeneous cultural patterns of tribals, their diverse economic forms depending on the ecology, etc., have underwent a lot of changes. So the major reason for this radical changes is the colonialism. And the socio-economic development accomplished in the tribal front has been most uneven, even between the tribes. And we can see even within the tribe, a small elite have developed. And when we consider the case of India, India occupies second largest tribal population in the world after Africa. And in case of Kerala, there are 36 communities of scheduled tribes, and according to the Amendment Act of 2002, 5 groups have been excluded and 2 groups have been submerged into the existing groups. So Kerala has 36 communities of scheduled tribes. This study focuses on Malayareans. They inhabit in the hilly areas of Kottayam, Pathanamthitta and Idukki districts of Kerala. When we consider Malayareans, they lead a very far better life in terms of education and also in the standard of living when we compare with the other native tribes of Kerala. Now we'll get into the historical overview of the Malayareans. And the Malayareans, they have been represented in the Travancore Census Report of 1901 as a class of hill tribes, a little more civilized. So Malayarayan means the Lord of Hills, and K.S. Singh in 1994 says that Malayarayans are short saturated with long and narrow head shape, and they have a short and broad.
Sorry to interrupt. Your PPT is not moving, I guess.
Yeah, you are not changing the slide. Yeah.
Oh,
now it's okay.
Now is it visible?
Yeah. You are not changing your slides. That's what the issue. Now it's okay. Now it's
actually,
okay.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's the right slide.
Okay, thank you. In case of Malayarans, the role of environment also plays a significant role, and there are sudden changes of temperature, excessive dew, water scarcity, summer, and mosquitoes, everything. So role of environment plays a significant role in the life. As far as Malayareans are concerned, they exhibit a superior social system. And social system in the sense they had a very superior outlook in their life from the ancient times itself. And exogamy was the basis of their social organization. This was claimed by Morgan, and the tribe is divided into 6 clans called illams. So these 6 clans, each illam has its own peculiarity. For example, if a particular clan sells oil, they are known as Enna illam, or if they sells flowers, they are known as Poo illam, etc. And when we talk about the status of women, which is very something which is very peculiar about this tribes, because of the favorable position which women had in the Malayaran society, and they were much better than the status of women in other Hindu classes. So the main reasons or the main proof that we can see whether the status of women was favorable because of the different customs like the women eating from her husband's same leaf together. So this is a symbol of equality among equality which the women had already experienced in the society. Another thing is that the absence of child marriage and polygamy. So one example which A.F. Painter gives is that a man who married two sisters and considered to have he is considered to have disgraced himself, and also this man will not be able to attend, or he will be forbidden to attend all the feasts and ceremonies. Another thing is that Malayarians follow a classificatory kingship, and Morgan gives the analysis that Malayarians gives typical names, and the names were also very classificatory. Then, unlike Nayars, Malayarians follow the male, they follow patriarchy and the Makkatayam system. Then the Aryans, another important factor is that the Aryans who lived in Melukav region, they have been considered as a little, like they are socially considered as elite because they were adopted the living standards of Romo-Syrians living in that region. This is because Romo-Syrians, they have been converted from the Nambudiris, and they exhibit a typical higher class section of caste. So therefore we can see the Aryans became civilized because they adopted or they imitated the Romo-Syrians living in the same region. Next, as I already said, they exhibit the patriarchal societal norms. Another thing is that their subsistence pattern, it is agriculture, and the classical document about the tribes by Henry Baker Jr. states that Malayarians are agriculturists, and they also offer the crops to the hills, to the hill gods before the cultivation and also after the cultivation. Another interesting thing is here, that is the name of Aryans that are not Hindus, because we can see the examples like Kannan, Neelan, Pottan, all these. Kannan denotes the eyed one, Neelan the taller one, Pottan a meaning similar to idiot, then Thadian the fat one, etc. All these, and when we compare with the women names, that is Tangam, Madhura, Manikam, all those, these names exhibit the elements of stereotyping, because we cannot say that these names are similar to Hindus, because these names are inferior, these are something which is very inferior, and this is obviously given to the people who is in the lower strata. Therefore, we can say that these are, these names of Aryans are not similar from the Hindus. Next one, about their funerary practices, they have tombs of their ancestors, and their dolmens, which were found by Samuel Meter, he says that it consists of an obstinate stone draped to the aperture. And they also worship the spirits of their ancestor. Here, another interesting fact is that the female ancestors also hold equal honors as of male ancestors. And the element of equality we can also see here. Then we'll be talking about the impact of missionaries among the Malayarians. So the commencement of missionary activities among the Aryans, it was first recorded by Samuel Meter, and he quoted the history proposed by W.J. Richard. And he proposes the history of Talanani, an oracle revealer. And mainly the reasons for conversion includes the failure of tribal gods. The Malayarians had started to develop a feeling that tribal gods cannot save them. And the unfavorable political situation, that was another core reason. When we talk about the unfavorable political situation, we can say that they were exploited by the Muslim traders, tax collectors of Punya Raja, etc. And also they faced several other tortures after conversion.
Can you please change your slide?
Is it not changing?
No, actually it was not.
Oops, sorry.
Speaker, your time is over. Your presentation time is over. Please conclude your paper.
Okay, thank you. So in conclusion, I would like to say that, can you see my screen?
It's visible.
Yes. Now it's visible.
Yeah. So I would like to talk about the achievements of Malayarian tribes. These tribes differ considerably on literacy and education front, and these Christian Malayareans, they are quite ahead of other tribes and their Hindu counterparts in accomplishing educational advancement. Then the increased representation in government jobs by Christian Aryans have empowered them to achieve socio-economic development. I would also like to say that the intricacy of unemployment has become more rigorous, and the globalization of Indian economy decreased the job opportunities. But one-third of Malayarean Christians have succeeded in shielding all these provisions, and this scenario has generated a phony impression of their growth. Then Malayareans also have adopted Christian Hindu customs and practices. They started worshipping gods like Shiva, Shasta, etc. Then the tribes of Kerala understand these tribes. Malayareans are maintaining some of their ancient traditions to this day, but at the same time, they attempt to advance in all spheres of human activities like other people in Kerala. This attitude reveals their progressive thoughts and positive outlook in life. Thank you.
Thank you, Teresa, and please be online. Now we are moving to the last presentation of this session, and I would like to call upon Binia M. Momin to present her paper on being Garo. Binia?
Okay, thank you. Hello, am I audible?
Yeah, Binia, present your paper now.
Okay, a very good afternoon to everyone. I would like to apologize. Firstly, I would like to apologize for the technical issues I had a few moments earlier. And I would also like to take the opportunity first to thank the chairperson for giving me this second chance to present my paper. Without further delaying, I'd like to introduce myself. I am Bainia Momin, a PhD student of history from Northeastern Hill University, Shillong, Meghalaya. And as the title of my paper suggests, it is basically about relooking the identity of the Garo community, which is the second major community of the state of Meghalaya, apart from the Khasi Jaintia group. Due to the time limit given for presentation, I would like to share only certain points. Before I dive into the main points, I would first like to just a summary of my paper. This paper comprises of three parts. The first part discusses the broad perspectives and approaches to the study. I have made use of the identity studies. This is basically an identity study. So the first part consists of discussions about the perspectives and approaches to identity issues. The second part of my paper describes the Garo people in general living in Garo Hills districts of Meghalaya, and the third part discusses the Garos who are living beyond Garo Hills of Meghalaya, that is in Assam and Bangladesh. This paper also tries to identify certain broad features of the Garos living in Meghalaya or living in the neighboring areas, and what it means to be Garo. This paper is therefore an attempt to look into Garo identity from a historical perspective. It explores how the Garo identified themselves in the past and examines the various factors and external influences that have contributed to the present identity, including those of the Garos living in Assam and Bangladesh. By discussing the different situations and realities of the people living in other parts of the area, apart from the Garo Hills district, the paper aims to show how they formed their present social, cultural, and economic identity in the new political environment, and how they continue to identify themselves as a Garo. Unfortunately, I do not have any PP presentation to show, so I would just like to request everyone to bear with me and just hear out some of the points. Now, like I've said, the first part consists of mainly of the theoretical issues, and I think I will not go into the details of it and jump straight right into the about the people. Talk a little about the people. Now, these people, Garo, known as Garo, they are from the western ranges of Meghalaya, and they are Tibeto-Burman linguistic groups. They are a branch of the Boro family, who at one point of time occupied a large area of the Brahmaputra Valley until they were pushed from the plains to the hills by later invaders. Technically, according to their oral traditions, they were they believed that they were from Tibet, and at a later stage, probably due to their practice of shifting cultivation and the degradation of the environment, forced them to migrate, and slowly that's how they came to occupy. In their whole process of migration, they came to occupy their present homeland. In the process, however, there were various other Garos also who continued to settle in other areas apart from the hills, like I've said, in Assam and in Bangladesh. Their home, present-day Garo Hills districts were earlier a part of the Assam Hill Division until it came to be clubbed with the Khasi and Jante Hills to form the state of Meghalaya in 1972. With regards to the history, there is early history. There's very little information, and most of the information that we know about them, we can get information only during with the coming of the British to the region. Uh, uh, they are also one of the matrilineal societies, a few matrilineal societies in India and also in the world. And apart from that, they historically, their history, they have had a lot of, during the Mughal period, they had a lot of struggles. They had a lot of struggles with the zamindars in the neighboring areas of Assam and Bangladesh. And if we also, and it is their struggle with the zamindars later on, slowly, that they came, that they began to form this identity of a Garo. Technically, the word Garo itself, the term Garo, does not exist in the vocabulary. They are known among themselves. They recognize each other as Achak. But the word Garo has been we have no information. We do not know from where the term Garo has been derived. And the tribe itself also consists of various numerous sub-tribes who also have various different features, but at the same time they have a certain similarity. So we are, if we look at the early history, we are not so sure whether they are, they form one compact community, or due to the differences also, they also likely seems that it was only in the later stage that they came together to form this identity of a Garo. So going back to the history, now during the Mughal period, some of the Garo villages in the plains had passed into the zamindari estates. And these zamindars would often, who were semi-independent in the region, would often oppress and annex the Garos who were living in the plain areas of Assam and Bangladesh. This led to a constant conflict and dispute between the two, which continued till the coming of the British to the region. And it was that conflict with the zamindars also which caught the attention of the early colonial powers, eventually leading to the annexation of Garo Hills by the British India in 1860s. Garo Hills became a district in 1866, and later on, the British officials set up boundaries separating the hills and plain portion. That boundary. So the boundaries that were laid during the colonial period kind of ran through some of the Garo inhabited villages in the plains, and so some of them were left out from being included into Garo Hills. And that political boundary was what led to the beginning of a political distinction between the Garos of Assam and Bangladesh. The Garos who were left out, did not reconcile, and including those on the Garo Hills, once they were annexed, they could not reconcile with the British occupation, and the apart from the zamindars, they now had a constant conflict. They were coming in conflict with the British. They carried on raids in the plains, and violent conflicts were regularly reported. with the national movement, it added on to the people, and this brought them into the political mainstream with the rest of the country. And after independence, it became an autonomous district of Assam. And further, in 1972, with the reorganization of Assam, Garo Hills became merged into a new state of Meghalaya with clearly defined boundaries. And that is the political history in general. Now, moving on to the Garos in Bangladesh. Now, these Garos in Bangladesh also, some of the basic features is that they in the Garos in Bangladesh identify themselves with the word Mandi, which is very different from the word Achak or Garo. And of course, there are certain subgroups that are found among the Garos of Bangladesh. But apart from being Garos, they are very well fluent in Bengali, and although they trace their ancestry and claim to share common history with their hill counterpart, but being in constant contact with the plains of Bengal, they have been very much influenced by Bengali culture. Apart from their commonly shared heritage, their political, economic, and social experiences have in fact developed differently from the hill Garos of Northeast India. In fact, they have managed to set themselves apart from many other ethnic communities in Bangladesh. Prior to the colonial period, the under the Mughal, when the British government separated erstwhile Assam from Bengal and administration, the number of Garo population that came under Mymensingh district of Bengal was far from negligible. They are, in fact, I think there's a huge number of Garos in Bangladesh as compared to those Garos in Assam. And once the international boundary of Bangladesh was drawn up, it greatly impacted the ties of kinship and friendship with those Garos living in the hills. And therefore, they were kind of outnumbered, and became a minority group. They were excluded from activities of nation state, and the partition had long-term consequences on the lowland Bangladeshi Garos, and therefore they had to re-establish their identity and relations. They had faced various difficulties both at the local and national levels, and their process of integration was not an easy one. But today they have managed to form a very close-knit community and managed to set themselves apart from other communities of Bangladesh with a very strong Garo identity. Now, this was made possible due to certain factors. For instance, the history of the relation with the state was an important aspect that influenced their life. There's the self-perception, the sense of belonging to the state of Bangladesh, and various other events such as the colonial creation of partially excluded area in the northernmost district of Mymensingh in 1936 and 1964, the mass Garo exodus from East Pakistan. It all such events gave birth to it made the Garos realize the need to unite. Another factors for the unification was Christianity. Christianity offered them a modern identity and provided them links with the international world. It provided the Garo people a shared platform to organize themselves as a distinct ethnic group. It provided them with a distinct boundary marker in a country dominated by Bengali Muslims, and therefore they were able to set themselves apart, even though they had developed a very close relationship with their neighbors. And there are very few other reasons also that have contributed to the process of their unity, such as globalization, Western culture, technology. Such factors have provided modern-day Garos of Bangladesh with a new and modern means to distinguish themselves from their Bengali neighbors, and also, strengthening their own ethnic awareness. With regards to the Garos in Bangladesh, who also constitute the second largest tribal population of the Boro community, sizable Garo settlements are found throughout the Brahmaputra Valley, majority of being concentrated in Gwalpara and Kamrup districts. Whereas when we talk about, if we look into the migratory myth, according to their traditions, when the Garos were migrating to their present homeland, they had settled around the areas of Kamrup and Gwalpara, which where a kingdom was even established at the Habraga Gwalpara region. Uh, and it was it was also believed that certain plain tracts of Gwalpara and Kamrup were under Garo chiefs. The Garos settled in the plain areas north of the hills, are mostly belong to the Atwe subgroup. Only one particular subgroup of the Garo tribe, and just like the Garos of
Vinia,
Bangladesh. Yes, yes.
can you please come to the conclusion?
Okay. My point is that the conclusion is that the Garos of Bangladesh and Assam have been excluded. Most of the time, they have been excluded in any literature on the Garos. There have been no study on them, and even in the vast available literature on the Garos, although there are certain points that have been mentioned on them, there is hardly any work on them. In some of the early British records, we do have some passing references about them, yet in till present also they tend to be excluded from the points that I have discussed. It is clear that the plain Garos have undergone a different situation and experience as compared to their hill counterparts, especially during the colonial period. And despite their contrasting circumstances, even though economically, socially, their experiences have gone in a different direction, yet they have been able to realize the notion of a unified community under the term Garo. And this was possible only after the coming of the British. It was their fight against the Zamindars and the British that led them to establish a single social identity of the Garos. Lastly, with the political boundaries that were, political boundaries that were drawn up, which separated them also, they still manage, to, despite the contrast, the people were still able to identify themselves as Garo, irrespective of the state they live in. I think I would just like to conclude my
Okay,
paper.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Binia. Thank you, Binia Mohammed. And before going to the discussion part, I would like to clarify some doubts from the participants, for the presenters. And first of all, I would like to ask Rakesh Kumar. Rakesh Kumar, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Rakesh Kumar, I would like to know, you have already mentioned different methods and methodologies which you are adopting for the tribal studies as of now. And what alternate are you suggesting for decolonizing or deconstructing the methods in the contemporary tribal studies? Do you have any suggestions on, or do you have any views on such things? Methods and methodologies.
एक्चुअली मैम क्या मैं हिंदी में बोल सकता हूँ? May I speak in Hindi, ma'am?
Okay, you can speak in Hindi.
Okay, ma'am. एक्चुअली मैं इकोनॉमिक हिस्ट्री ऑफ ट्राइबल पीपल पर काम कर रहा हूँ. तो मैंने अभी जितने भी हिस्टोरिकल कंटेक्स्ट में डॉक्यूमेंट देखने की कोशिश की है, तो उसमें केवल एंथ्रोपोलॉजिकल और मोनोग्राफ में ही मिल रहा है. मतलब कि या तो एंथ्रोग्राफिकल बेस पे होते हैं और या फिर एंथ्रोपोलॉजिकल मेथड्स पर. हिस्टोरिकल मेथड्स पर तो बहुत ही कम मिले हैं, केवल उल्लेख मात्र करके छोड़ दिया गया है, लिखा उतना डिटेल्स नहीं गया. इसलिए मैंने जब इथनो हिस्ट्री पर मैंने आर्टिकल्स पढ़ा उसमें, तो वहां पर मैंने जिक्र देखा कि जब आप ट्राइबल पीपल पर या मार्जिनल पीपल पर काम करना चाहते हैं, तो वहां पर आपको एंथ्रोपोलॉजिकल प्लस हिस्टोरिकल दोनों बोथ से आपको काम करना होगा. तो इस बोथ मेथड्स को मैं आगे अप्लाई करने जा रहा हूँ और इस पर मैंने मैम से भी डिस्कस किया, तो उसको आगे मैं.
Okay, do you know any of such organizations working for introducing a particular methodology in tribal studies?
No, ma'am.
No. Okay. We have many organizations here like Tribal Intellectual Collective India, so many institutions, so many organizations are here for making a particular methodology in the field of tribal studies or indigenous studies. That's what I'm asking. And you have to come across with all these readings and writings of that particular persons involved in the activities of these tribal intellectual collective or such kind of organizations in order to make your research more perfect. Okay, thank you, Rajesh. Thank you, Rajesh. And next to Bharata Prasad Jana, are you there? Bharata Prasad Jana.
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to know, have you come across with any institutional memories or narratives of the professional class which you are mentioning during your study? That's what my question. Bharata Prasad Jana.
Yeah, ma'am. It's about the temple patronage. Apart from the royal patronage, who other occupational communities were there in the lay society, and through their donation, what they are donating, and other than donating, how they were supervising those temples, and apart from them, that they were assigned a certain sort of task to supply their assigned task that supply some sort of goods and things, necessary things to temples, and as temple staffs, how their role in that context, how they are playing these, mainly the occupational communities. So it's the florist, the herdsmen, and the agriculturalist, and other communities also.
Okay, okay, thank you. Now to Sonia Maria Thomas and Tahani. Are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and congratulations for making a presentation on the particular socially well existed in Kerala, like Smartha Vicharam. And we have a film now in Malayalam, Parunayam, mentioning this practice. And can you please mention what are the major reforms and policies introduced for mainstreaming gender, especially among the tribal, Nambudiri women in Kerala, particularly in the contemporary period? Do you have any idea regarding that? Any one of you can answer. Tahani or Sona?
Ma'am, in sauna.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, Sona.
Yeah, ma'am. Like this Mata Vicharam was an like it's a social evil in that in the century, and it is like we are mentioning a women here like Datri Kuti, and she stood different from the any other women in that like suffered this Mata Vicharam. In Mata Vicharam, and she raised against this, and this was a
Yeah, Sona, I know you have presented it well, but I want to know what are the impacts of any kind of social reforms that come across in the particular area in the contemporary Kerala in the form of any kind of social reforms or any kind of policies for mainstreaming gender. That's what I am asking.
Ma'am, now this Mata Vicharan like that process are not happening in Kerala.
Yeah, I know. And what was the cause for that? Come to that point.
Because some women stood against that. That is the reason why this social evil stopped.
Okay, but what is the actual abstractly? Can you see the exact reason for the stopping of that one? Some persons, instead of mentioning that is some persons.
We studied about this Smartha Vicharam, and regarding this, Datri Kuti tried to stop this Smartha Vicharam.
Okay, that's fine. Okay.
So we don't know more about like that any what happens.
Okay, it's fine, Sona. Thank you. And then coming to Teresa Joshi. Are you there, Teresa?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, Teresa. I have strong disagreement with your opinion that the Malayalians belong to the Hindu community is so far a little bit lower in standard to compared to the Malayalians belonging to Christian community. Can you please, what is your opinion?
Ma'am, I'm sorry for the, I mean, I had some technical glitch, so I couldn't complete it. So I'll tell my opinion. I never said that the Hindu counterparts are very less to the Christian counterparts. What I meant is when we compare in the land holding, the Hindu Malayarians will have, they have more land holdings. In terms of land holdings, they are in a higher strata, and even they have the first tribal college in they have the first aided tribal college in India in Murikumbayal. And the thing is, what I try to mention here is when we compare the job reservation opportunities, the Christian Malayarians have secured more reservation in terms of their education levels and all. So I would like to confirm that I never said that Hindus are very far less. And even they have raised their voices in the Sabarimala conflict and all. I have mentioned all those factors in my paper. So due to the time, I couldn't present that.
Okay, then it's fine. Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you, Teresa. There is a question for Binia, towards Binia from Vilayat
Yes,
Ali.
ma'am.
My query is to Binia. Could you please throw some lights on the sources which traces the Garo's origin from Tibet region?
Yes, there are no sources. I've mentioned it that it is a migration myth. It's their migration myth. It's their belief. But there are no sources. We are not sure. We do not know. There's no information regarding it. That's why I had mentioned according that it's an oral tradition. It is one of the oral tradition, migratory myth. Apart from that, the reason in their migration myth, it has they have mention of yak tails, and which they still do possess. These yak tails have been attached to their sword, their traditional sword. Of course, we do not have any yak in the state of Meghalaya or in the neighboring plains. It's mentioned in their migration myth, as well as since they still, some of them still possess these yak tails, so they believe that they have come from, and then they have certain terms in the migration myth that they, like Tibet-giri, which they have tried to which they identify it with Tibet. But apart from that, we do not have any hard hard evidence that they have come from Tibet.
Okay, now questions are welcome from the participants. If you have any queries, you can ask. You can ask directly or through the comment box.
I have a
So,
question
ma'am,
from.
I have a question from Rakesh.
Yeah,
So,
sure.
as your paper is titled Tribal History, Its Problem and Prospect. So, can we think of developing Adivasi studies as a separate discipline like Dalit studies or gender studies? And also, you have mentioned about the deconstructing the tribal history, decolonizing tribal history. So, how useful oral sources are in deconstructing tribal history?
यस सर, एक्चुअली मैं अभी पिछले नवंबर में हम लोगों ने एक सेमिनार अटेंड किया था छत्तीसगढ़ में, जहां पर बिपिन जोजो सर ने बताया था कि मौजूदा हालात में यदि हम ट्राइबल स्टडीज करना चाहते हैं तो हमें एक ओरिजिनल सोर्स के रूप में ट्राइबल पीपल के पास उनके जो सोर्स हैं उनके माध्यम से, जो ट्रेडिशनल पार्टिसिपेटिव मेथड से जो देखते हैं, या फिर एक मेन सोर्स के रूप में उनको यूज करना होगा। और ट्राइबल स्टडीज जैसे कि सेंट्रल झारखंड में ट्राइबल स्टडी डिपार्टमेंट भी है, अलग से और एक कर्नाटका यूनिवर्सिटी में भी है, सेंट्रल इंस्टीट्यूट कर्नाटका में भी ट्राइबल स्टडी के रूप में इन्वॉल्व हो रहा है। तो और कुछ यूनिवर्सिटीज हैं जो एंथ्रोपोलॉजी इन ट्राइबल स्टडी भी करा रही हैं। तो इस तरह से ये एक तरह से डिसिप्लिन के रूप में उभर भी रहा है।
Okay, thank you. But I would like you to mention few readings which will be useful for you to understanding developing tribal studies as a separate discipline. So one is by Prathama Banerjee, and the name of the article is this. And the first article I would like to mention you to study the featuring of Adivasi studies by Professor Bhangya Bhukia, who is currently HOD of Hyderabad Central University, and the one article by the Prathama Banerjee. So basically the idea of developing Adivasi studies as a separate discipline is highlighted by the Prathama Banerjee. So please go through the articles of Prathama Banerjee and then the Professor Bhangya Bhukia.
One more study I have to mention, that is the study of Linda Smith, decolonizing methods and methodology.
जी लिंडा स्मिथ। ओके मैम,
थैंक यू।
ये डिक्लेरेशन ने लिंडा स्मिथ को ही रिकॉग्नाइज किया था, उनको बोला था इनको पढ़ने के लिए, उन्होंने कुछ मेथड्स और टूल्स भी अप्लाई किए थे। तो लिंडा स्मिथ को ही उन्होंने साइट करते हुए ये सारी चीजें बताई थी। थैंक यू मैम। थैंक यू सर।
ओके, थैंक यू। डॉक्टर अमिता गुप्ता।
Yes, I have a question from Bharda Prasad. Your study is dealing with the temples from 7th to 13th century. So at that time, kings played very interference in the temples, and most of the business is going from the temple, and they are also the part of economy. So what's their role in your studies? Because you were just talking about the groups, social groups who were supporting these temples at that time. So what is the role of king?
Yeah, actually kings and queens, they were the dominant patron, the main patron for the building of these early medieval temples. They started building these temples from 6th 7th century common era onwards in Odisha, and they were directly they were not donating. They are assigned this task to either their other officials like commander in chief, or let's say minister, or the officer of the record department, to perform these works of donations and extract those surpluses from those donated lands, which shall be given to those respective temples, and for of which the gods and goddesses can be live in, or the temple can be maintained well. So definitely it's like majority of the donation and gifts and endowments has done by the kings and the queens. So actually, since my PhD work is on that only, so I'm working with that. But most of the scholars, they have not highlighted upon this blower part of the how the rest of the society, apart from the royal patronage, they were associated in the maintain and supporting those temples throughout the early medieval period. That's why I have just traced my point on that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
I have question to Bharda Prasad. So as you have mentioned that there are also various social classes who are engaged in patronizing temple activities. So why they are doing so? Is there any motive, like they want to like upward mobility, or to improve their social status, or is there anything else?
Yeah, actually 2-3 times I have found from the donative inscriptions mainly that it's stating indicate mentioning the due to get the religious merit, they used to make the donation. So as per that I found. So there can be other reasons, but this I found some of the inscription.
Okay, any other questions? think we can write up
Ma'am,
the
I have a question by you. Hello. Yes, I have a question to Banya, and
Okay, okay.
I would like to ask, as you are mentioning about the Garo tribe, so what are the social and occupational changes Garo tribe faced after the colonization of Garo Hills? Like we know that the many tribal, whenever the British government tried to colonize the tribal areas or forest, the tribes faced many social and occupational changes. There is a shift in their dietary practices also, and there is a shift in their occupational practices also. So it would be very insightful if you can highlight few points.
Originally, they are practices of drum cultivators. Once with the coming of the British, they saw the destruction of the area, and so they tried to convert them into a plow cultivators. They are still in the hills. They still do practice drum cultivation, but of course, side by side, they also practice wet rice cultivation. In the plain areas, the Garos have practically become wet rice cultivators, plow cultivators, and apart from that, they are still forests. They still depend a lot on forest produce. They do carry various other economic. Now they have they sell their goods, and they also grow. They also practice horticulture. But basically, they are still for mostly it's still done for their own consumption. They are yet to evolve into the business. Their whole economy is still for subsistence. They are yet to still evolve into for mass production. That is some of the main features I think that that is noticeable among them.
Banya.
Okay.
Hello, sir.
Any more questions? Anshu, why are you remaining silent?
I know I don't have any question. I'm not an expert in this field, ma'am.
But you can clear your doubts,
I my hands are raised because I'm not an expert in this field.
Okay, fine. Alok, I think if there is no other questions, we can conclude here. Okay, Alok?
Yes, ma'am. So thank
Okay,
you all
so
the.
I would like to thank first of all. Thank you so much for the organization for provide me with such wonderful chance for presiding over this function, and I would like to congratulate all the presenters for making wonderful presentations, and thank you all the participants for engaging the session with your questions and interactions, and thank you so much, all of you. Thank you. Alok.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. I have a request from all the presenters. Please turn off your camera so that we can have a group photograph with our chair, ma'am.
Okay, sure.
Please take photograph.
Done.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Thank you, ma'am, for chairing this session. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Shall I leave?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. So, Asuji, now we'll move to the next session of today's conference.
We are going to take a break for 10 minutes. And after that, we will meet here at 4 because the next session is going to start at 4. So see you guys. Be here. We will meet at 4.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome back to the fourth session of our international conference. And we'll just wait for a minute. Yeah. So for the chairing of this session, we have Mr. Ashu Jain, and he's currently working as an academic counselor at IGNOU Center, Sri Aurobindo College, University of Delhi, and also a senior research associate at National Council of Education Research and Training, NCERT, New Delhi. He is currently pursuing his PhD from Department of History, University of Delhi. He also served at many government institutions, including Maharaja Agrawal College, University of Delhi, Cluster Innovation Center, National Museum, Rajya Sabha's Television, National Archives of India, Indira Gandhi National Center for the Art are some of them. He played a role in several Ministry of Education goal projects, including Shiksha Parv 2020, preparing the e-guidelines for the CWSN are among them. He is the recipient of Akhil Bharatiya Rashtra Bhasha Award. His main area of work is pre- and proto-history, modern history, Buddhism, Satvahana dynasty, art and architecture, epigraphy, numismatics, and Indo-Roman trade. So I welcome you, Mr. Ashu, and kindly chair the session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pratishtha ji, for introducing me. Yeah, so this is the last session, I guess. So it is called miscellaneous. So we don't put papers which is totally out of context, because these papers really need more attention, because there is something which tends to be like attract more people. So that is why we kept it in a miscellaneous section. So to begin with, we have Christina Madan Dedia, and she is presenting on Goa and her sensuous imagery, a study through erotic art and films. So Christina, we will begin with you, and you can present till 4:15, and then we can, at the end, we can have a questionnaire session when everyone is presented. So over to you.
Thank you. So just let me know when I have 1 minute left.
Yeah, sure. I'll give you a warning at 10 minutes, after 10 minutes.
Thank you. Is my screen visible to everybody?
Not yet. Yeah, it's coming.
Okay, all right. Good evening, everybody. My name is Christina Dedia, and today I will be presenting a paper titled Goa and Her Sensuous Imagery, a study through erotic art and films. Now, to begin, I would simply like to start with very simple terms. The first is the word erotic. It comes from a Greek word eros, which means love or passion. And then the term sensuous, from the Oxford Dictionary, it simply means appealing to your senses. And these two words are very important for us as we go ahead through the entire presentation. Now, we all know that India has a lot of erotic art, so we are no strangers to it. We have the world famous Khajuraho temples, the Ellora temples. So I will not go into those, but we know that this exists in India. Now, a quote from Devangana Desai in her book Khajuraho: as the sculptures mirror their times, it is evident that the age which produced them had none of the taboos or inhibitions against sex as we have now. You will realize why I have kept this quote as soon as I reach the end. Now, erotic art. First of all, why is it in temples? Because we live in a world currently where this is something that we shy away from. And the answer is fairly simple. It is symbolism. Because we believe in this entire system of the union of Shiva, Shakti, Purusha, Prakriti, where they come together and they have creation. And we also follow the Purusharthas, which are Dharma, Artha, Kama, and Moksha. And you cannot reach Moksha if you do not have one of these. And in this case, it will be Kama. Primitive man at their own time would have probably assumed that, connection to creation is through whatever they have seen. And this could be nature. And in nature, they have seen reproduction and they have seen all of this. And I'm sure with time, they've realized that these generative organs, which I've mentioned here, they are very important to continue forward in life. Now, very importantly, in our world, we often say the beauty is in the eye of the beholder. And this is something extremely personal, as one object will appear differently to multiple people. In today's world, of course, what we view as sacred, not sacred, has changed over time. And when it comes to erotic art, it is partially being looked at in the ways of lust. Now, sorry. Okay. Yes. So I will begin with the land and its people. I live in Goa, and it's a very, very beautiful place. Anybody who's visited Goa will know how amazing this place is. But when you look at this map, it is not very big. But then the moment you say Goa, everybody, no matter where they are from in India, they'll be like, oh, you live in Goa, you must be having parties every day. You must be, on the beach every single day. Y'all are very lazy and things like that. And this paper is aiming to change this notion that we've all created of Goa, the land itself, and the people who reside here. Now, Goa has always been seen as a place where everybody can come and do whatever they please to do because they cannot do it in their hometowns. And that's why I'm going to repeat the word sensuous that I'd used in my introduction, which was basically appealing to your senses. This can vary from person to person, and Goa seems to be a place where people come to accomplish this. Now, in the objective study of the erotic art, I've used the Brahmani Maya temple in Dharbandora, the Chandreshwar Rath, a Gajalakshmi sculpture, the Nageshi Shila Lake, and the Gadigal that we found in Bichole. Now, the Brahmani Maya temple, this is located in South Goa, as you can see on the map. It is said to be a 12th century stone temple, and nobody is entirely sure about the age, but it is not very recent as per the code given here. Over here in this image, you can see that this is the basalt stone down here. And over here, and you can see all the reliefs that are made. So in this one picture on the side, on the right, you can see the erotic art that is present there. When we go to the Gajalakshmi sculpture, so this was found in Buleli, which is in Satari. It's a 14th century CE artifact that was found. And in Goa, we were villages, very well known in villages, and we used to have these Grama Devtas, which are basically guardian deities or village deities, so to say. And here, Gajalakshmi in Goa especially is referred to as Kerbai and Bhauka, and she is always given the aspect of fertility. So over here in the next image, you can see this erotic art present here, a woman with two men, and you can see it here too, on this image on the bottom left, right in the picture for now. So this is very important to us because it's in a panel on a sculpture of a goddess. Then we go forward to Gadegals and ass courses. Now, first of all, what are these? Gade means donkey and gulls means stone. Now, originally, these were inscriptions that, usually gave land grants, and what ended up happening was they would keep it outside on the boundary of their land, and they had this one image of a donkey and a woman having sexual relations. And this was there as a threat in a way. Obviously not a physical threat, so to say, but it was there to say that whoever, tries to come in between this and claim the said land, and it did not belong to them, their mother would bear the punishment of it, which in this case is a sodomitic and bestiality sort of looking disturbing image. This makes me question the position of women in our society, because earlier in the erotic art you saw that it was consensual, it was as you would normally see. Over here in this inscription, this is the Nageshi Shila Lake, you can see here in the bottom that there is the sodomitic relationship and the bestiality type of relationship that I was talking about. Again, another Gadegal that is also at the State Museum. It's the same thing, the same image there. And then this is the third one that is at the ASI Museum. Very interestingly, in all of these inscriptions, there is no mention of the ass course. There is literally just the graphic representation of it. Raths and chariots. Now, as I said, we have the Gramadevta system. So we have the first one, Chandreshwar Rath. This is belonging to the Chandreshwar temple, and whenever they have festive occasions, they put the idol on the Rath and then they used to take it wherever they had to. So very interestingly, this Rath has almost about 5 panels of erotic art. I'm sorry I do not have all the pictures, mainly because the chariot as of now has been dismantled and kept. So it makes getting pictures really hard as of now. But in this erupt, there are multiple. So there is, a basic, simple couple hugging and things like that. There is one such panel over there, which is, when interpreted by the historian, it is said that they are teaching a young virgin girl about sex education because she was about to get married. So obviously these erotic art were used as sex education. Then there is another panel in which there is a single girl with 4 other men, and these men are wearing turbans. So they had more of a Persian, Arab sort of foreign influence on them, which in this case was showing prostitution. And then there is another very, very important panel in the said Rath, because over there it is shown that a royal at that point in time, they meant was the Portuguese. And over there they could see a girl being paid for her services. And now this is very interesting because it clearly brings in the object of prostitution, which not many people would agree is a good thing to do. And in Goa, we have the Devadasis who have various names, Kalavans, Naikins, Bhavins, and the Portuguese themselves gave them another term, which is the Bailaderia. There may not necessarily be the same Devadasis, but that's what they have been clubbed together. So we can see in a progression that there is a continuous degradation of women. The image of women is shown, misused, very often is present there. And then I'm going to bring in Bollywood. A lot of you will ask me why Bollywood. A simple answer is we are what we consume. And Bollywood works very well in India. It's a multi-million-dollar industry in India, for sure. So the very first movie is Bobby. This was released in 1973. So this is decades ago. And over here, you can see in this movie that the female actress who's supposed to be a Goan woman is shown wearing mini skirts, crop tops, polka dots, and is supposed to be very okay with
He's having network issues, I guess.
Christina, we cannot hear you. You are freezed.
No, I guess.
the fact that she can sleep around with women and things like that. In their own way, she's given a very negative sense.
Yeah, if Christina, you can put your video off for a time being, then you can continue later.
Okay.
Yeah, fine. Continue.
Yeah. So Bollywood and Goa. We all know that Goa is famous in Bollywood. Everybody decides to come here and shoot all their movie scenes. And we have been very well stereotyped. Goa as a place itself and the people of Goa. The men are shown to be, constantly drinking, being lazy and all of those sorts of things. And then in a movie called Bobby, which was in 1973, the female character was shown, being a Goan girl and wearing, mini skirts, polka dots, crop tops, and all of these things, in the sense that her body was the main object of the whole movie in that part. She did not really have a character. It was just a body that was placed there after a point. And then in a movie called Dum Maro Dum, which released in 2011, this came as a very big, hard-hitting breaking news to all of us that this is how low Goa has been made. Because in this movie, they went ahead and used a sentence that said, alcohol is cheap in Goa, but the women are even cheaper. And this sentence is not okay, and on any level that you can think about it. But it was so out there that Bollywood decided to, pick up on this and just broadcast it all around the world. And this is why the Goan women, the Goan men in Bollywood are constantly, shown as shameless, lazy. We have no morals. We just drink around. We sit around. And this is why I've decided to bring Bollywood into this. Because there is, as we saw, from all the erotic art to modern day, that, even now women are continuously being degraded. Now, again, Goa, as I mentioned, has seemed to be a place where everybody comes to fulfill whatever little dreams they have in life. Originally, we refer to Goa as, a mother. And all of a sudden, Goa has become this place where people decide to go party, do all the things that you cannot do at home, break whatever rules you want. So Goa itself as a land has been misused. The people of the land have been continuously degraded, and women have become objects of lust. Again, as I bring about the Portuguese influence that I had mentioned, the bailadeira and the bhavians. What was once a sacred, auspicious system that, the girls would dance for God, all of a sudden just dropped down to something as Devadasis, who eventually, in this case, in this scenario, became prostitutes. And then women were being cursed, again, for not really something that was their fault. The person who made the mistake was not faulted. It is the mother of the person who eventually got tainted for absolutely no reasons. So everything that we are consuming through movies, through whatever we read, Goa at this point, its image is pretty much just go do whatever you want and come back home sort of thing. So erotic art, once upon a time, that was seen as sacred, kept on temple walls, now is seen with lust. The women who originally were, equal to the men at that point, when it came to completing the act of karma, all of a sudden we have just like dropped down solely to being objects of lust.
Christina,
Liquor, yes?
please conclude.
Yes. So while in Goa, we have erotic art, we have all of this. So I will just end by giving you a simple personal experience that led me to write this paper. I was 18 years old and I was doing my bachelor's, and my college was about 100 meters away from the beach. And being a tourist place, of course, we had a lot of tourists. And all these tourists used to come and be dripping in salt water, not wearing many clothes. And it used to be very disturbing to see. That all was fine. We lived with it. On multiple occasions, men and women had the audacity to come to us 18-year-old children and blatantly use these words, chaloge kya? Because this is what Goa's image had become. The children, the women, anybody present there was easy to get. And that is why I have written this paper, because something that was so sacred in its own terms, all of a sudden, Goa, the entire land, its people, the action of, just having copulative relationships, Goa just seemed to be the place where you can continuously degrade. And this paper, I want to question every single one of us who, in our own ways, have perpetuated this. Because this is not all of a sudden, you can blame whoever you want, but a lot of this comes down to a personal level for each and every one of us. And I think it is high time that, we stop continuing this image forward, because this is not what Goa is. Nobody in Goa wants this image on us. I don't want to sleep with men all the time. So no, please, I am a Goan woman, but I will not agree to this. So this is why this paper I find is very important for each and every one of us, because it is time we question what we are allowing in our world, because the quote that she mentioned, it shows the taboos and what was allowed in the time. And in our time, we're letting people say that alcohol is cheaper than women. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Christina. Now we'll move to the second presenter, Padmashri Maharaj, and she's presenting on tradition in spaces. So yes, yeah.
Can you see my screen?
Yeah, it is.
Good evening, one and all. I am Padmashri Maharaj, and my co-author is Shruti Reddy. We are faculty from Jawaharlal Nehru Architecture and Finance University, Hyderabad. This paper is about the tradition in spaces and exploration of Arugu in a residence. This paper focuses on Indian traditions, human interactions, residential spaces and neighborhoods in the context of a small seating element outside the residence, which is called as an Arugu. It is differently, this Arugu is actually called it's a local term used in a Telugu language. In different languages, it has been called as differently. It is called as, in Kannada, it is Jaguli, in Gujarati is Otla, Bengali it is Asana, and this element would be addressed as Arugu in the entire paper. And when I know an architect who talks about as architecture belongs to culture, not the civilization, is very well to be could be understood with the smaller spaces and elements of residential spaces. It's a small tradition is a Latin word which is a meaning of trans, terry, across, which keep and give, and in Sanskrit is called parampara. Indian way of life, Indian way of leading a righteous life is given by a Supreme Lord in the form of Vedic scriptures, which are Rig Veda, Yajurveda, Samaveda, and Atharvana Veda. So, and it is the Vedangas which give us the rituals to be followed, day-to-day rituals, on day-to-day basis. As the residential, every spaces are attached to different traditions, yeah, and traditions are the one which could be followed every day. And every person's life is bound to have Shodashopachara rituals, which is 16 rituals, which is starting from Garbhadharana, the life entering into the woman's womb, till the last rites, which is Antyeshti. So these things are very much important to everyone's life. And there are 4 stages in each person's life which has to be taken, or which has to be led in a proper way, which is the Brahmacharya, Grihasthashrama, Pranaprastha, and Sannyasa. As a part of his life, the daily rituals when he take it up, it's his morning, and if these rituals which are called could be, which are obligatory, some are obligatory, which have to be performed on our, and some are naimittika, which is occasionally performed, and some are nitya karma, which has to be performed every day. As a day-to-day basis, the person has to get ready, and has to finish all his excretal and bathing activities, do Sandhya Vandana, and then do the Tulsi Puja. This is the picture which shows that Tulsi Puja, which is Tulsi planted in the backyard of the house. And there is a cleaning session which goes on before it, which has to be cleaned up the entire residence, and it has to be decorated with rangoli.
No, we can't hear you. We lost your voice.
I think they are facing some technical issues.
Yeah. But Mashri, you can also put your video on off and can present the paper, because video require bandwidth. Yeah. So we have here Shruti Reddy. If you can continue with the presentation.
Shruti, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Just give me a few minutes. I'll just connect it. I'll just on the presentation.
Yeah, sure.
Sorry for the disturbance. I'll quickly take it up.
No issues, no issues.
Yeah. Yeah. So every ritual has its own space, this thing, and then there is another ritual which generally we take it up.
Padmishri, your voice is still breaking.
Oh, is it? Am I audible now?
Yes, you are audible.
Yeah. And there will be a water requirement which is placed in the backyard to continue the ritual which is to be done in the back, watering the plant, tulsi, and other aspects. Fargo as an anthropometric reference. Usually, when the human being's height is 170 centimeters, when the person sits,
Padmashri, your voice is still breaking. Is it with me or it is with everyone else?
No, it is breaking.
Yeah, it is breaking, Padmashri.
Shruti, can you please present it? I'll
Now your voice is audible.
Now, yeah.
Okay, and so as per the anthropometric reference, the person could lay down. It's usually usually the arugu or the seating would be long enough for the 2 or 3 people to sit. Usually it happens like when older people walk for a half an hour time, they feel rest, they feel like taking a nap. So when arugu, the seating space is required, it serves very well the purpose of it. Cultural significance of Arugu, and everyone knows that in ancient India, it was very chaotic before Adi Shankaracharya. When Adi Shankaracharya, after 7th century AD, he actually unified the entire India with his philosophy and his debates, which has taken up for the entire religions. And then he started actually doing it by making Padayatra, walking on foot the entire India. He walked on entire India walking on foot. The same purpose, like he established 4 mathas where the Kanchi Kamakoti Pitha Dipadi, Sri Shankaracharya, Chandrasekharananda Paramananda Saraswati, the Guruji actually made the Padayatra. So when Padayatra was happening, all the arugus which are in front of these houses, they actually served the people with buttermilk or water. There were disciples who actually followed Guruji every time. Versatility of arugu could be placed in semi-enclosed or enclosed spaces. In villages, there were no compound walls. There was generally open verandas to welcome the people inside their houses. It could be used for different activities. In the morning, the head of the family could relax, reading the newspaper. In the afternoon, the ladies used to actually use it for peeling clothes or using it for shredding grains. And they used to actually see the children playing in the street. It is used as reading or writing area for the children in the evening spaces. So it could be a different. The function or the purpose could be used in different types. Forms of arugu, depending on the availability of the space. If the residence is very huge, there could be a arugu inside the courtyard, or it could be attached to the front of the house, or it could be attached to the facing of the street, like this, or it could be attached on it generally faces the street, where the neighbors could sit and speak for a period of time. It could be attached to the back of a house where it could be used for the ladies, for the women to clean clothes, washing clothes, and other things, and papa drying. And transformation of Paru. It happened like most of the urbanization took up, and traditional structures have changed into large scale ones, and houses in cities have become taller, and no front and backyard spaces were there in the urban areas. In the rural forms, we still find a smaller arugu which is placed and for the city. And when it comes to community spaces and in urban spaces, either it has become very small due to the laying of permanent roads, the arugu has become very smaller. And in the park spaces, they actually either it is took up by the metal chairs or the simple platform like this. In the conclusion, everything might change. The spaces might change and transform due to the rapid urbanization. The rules and regulations put up by the authorities, but the owner of the house and the values which they've learned and tried to build their residence remain as examples to the traditions. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. I'm so sorry for the disconnection in between.
No, it's okay. Thank you so much, Padmashri, for a wonderful presentation. So let's move to the next speaker, Priya Chaturvedi. She will be speaking on two-edged influence of tourist arrival on royal wardrobe, a case study of Zardosi embroidery. Priya, you may present your.
Good evening, sir.
Yeah, good evening.
So is my presentation visible?
It is visible.
Good evening, Chair, organizer, and all other participants. I am Priya Chaturvedi, Senior Research Fellow, School of Studies in Travel and Tourism Management, Jivaji University, Gwalior. My topic is Two-Edged Influence of Tourist Arrival on Royal Wardrobe, a case of Zardozi embroidery.
Can we have it a full screen?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Tourism is always viewed as a bucket of benefits like foreign exchange earning, improvement in infrastructure, employment generation, contribution to local economy, improvement in quality of life, promotes local arts and tradition. Handicraft is one such tradition. Handicrafts are small unique items made by human hands with the use of local raw material like glass, grass, sand, natural colors, etc., which represents the culture of the destination or the community associated and the artistic value passed from generation to generation. In short, we can call these handicrafts as brand ambassador of the destination. There is a relation between intertwined relation between tourism and handicraft. Handicrafts attract tourists. Handicrafts adds to the experience. Tourists see these handicrafts as the memory. Handicrafts build a beautiful bond between locals, destination, and tourist. On other hand, tourism promotes and conserves handicraft, but it also influences the soul of handicraft. My research question is impact of tourist arrival on the handicraft of the destination. As handicraft, I have taken Zardozi. Zardozi is a Persian word made of two words. Zar means gold and dozi means embroidery. So we can call it gold embroidery or embroidery of gold. As literature says that the word Zardozi is linked with Persia, Humayun, the Mughal Badshah, is attributed for introduction and initial development of Zardozi in India. But Zardozi flourished at the time of Jahangir, and in British India it was an element of gift. But some sources associated with Indian mainland, Rigveda says that Zardozi is linked with Hindu god and goddesses. In Ramayana, Ravana, the king of Lanka, is described as a king wearing golden clothes or clothes of golden embroidery. When the Lord Rama and Devi Sita were going to exile, they were wearing Ratnambar, gold and silver ornamented yellow clothes. In Mahabharata, it is said that at the time of Rajasuryag, Yudhishthir received a woolen clothes with golden embroidery. Ajanta painting speaks of Zardozi at the time of Gupta dynasty. Banbata speaks of clothes with golden embroidery at the time of King Harshvardhana. Marco Polo talks about cushions and mats detailed with gold and silver wire at Pandya Kingdom. Now, how this art is made? First of all, design is traced on a tracing sheet, and then holes are made using needle. Then this the design tracing sheet is placed on the fabric, and with the help of kerosene and blue indigo, design is drawn on the fabric. The fabric is then fixed in a wooden frame, and then with the help of ari, that is needle, the design is embroidered. Methodology, as we have interviewed people qualitative research method is used. Sample size according to data saturation theory 13 is used. Snowball technique is used, as first artist refer to the second one and then the chain continues. Data collection is semi-structured interviews. As we are talking about influence due to tourism, the handicraft shops near the tourist attractions are only interviewed. 5 handicraft shop owners and workers are interviewed. 5 artisans, 1 book writer, and 2 research scholars working on Zardozi are interviewed. Results and findings. According to the respondent, the modern Zardozi, that is the today's Zardozi, is just a piece of cloth, but in the real Zardozi was precious like jewelry. Real Zardozi was made of real gold and silver, ornamented with real gems and pulses, but it lost its customer base in British India when the markets were flooded with the inexpensive machine-made clothes. The only hope was the bridal wears, but it was not enough to ensure its existence. After the decline of domestic market, the artisans turned to tourist market. But the limitation of tourist markets was that only 5% of the tourists were willing to pay such a high rate. 95% were searching for inexpensive articles. And so a new form of Zardozi emerged, that was modern Zardozi. The gold thread was replaced by resham of plastic thread dipped in the golden solution, and the real germs and real pearls were replaced by the glass of plastic germs. Change in design, as Zardozi is associated with the Mughal designs, Mughals, and so the Mughal designs were used like birds, Mughal begums, flowers, peacocks. In the picture, it is a traditional Mughal design in Zardozi, but now the designs are made not the traditional, but according to the tourist demand, like Rajasthani designs, god and goddesses of Hindus, dancing dolls. This is the modern Zardozi design. Next is change in fabric used. Previously, as real gold and silver was used, and so fabric with heavy base was used, like silk, satin, velvet. But as the quality of material degraded, modern Zardozi can be done in a thin fabric like net, georgette also. And as the quality decreased, Zardozi find out its way on khadi and cotton also. This is the real Zardozi. This is the Zardozi on net. Change in target market. The initial Zardozi was costly and it could be found in royal courts, wealthy traders, businessmen. But now both medium as well as high income group can buy these Zardozi items. Upgrading of making material. Firstly, as the design was traced on tracing paper, and tracing paper was not so long lasting, and so the artisans may tries new and new designs. But now designs are made using stencils, and so designs are repeated. Moreover, previously in initial Zardozi, designs were broader and they were beautified by fine detailing with precious gems, stones, etc. Whereas in today's era, fine design are made with no or minimum detailing. We can say that tourism just changed the prominent features of the Zardozi, but still tourism act as a instrument to conserve the Zardozi. In the era of brands, tourists find these local items interesting. So we can say that change is the law of nature, and those who do not change die. Tourism acted as an oxygen to these dying arts. If we look, the study demonstrates the impact of tourism on handicraft, as when tourists buy a handicraft, Unknowingly, he is conserving our art and the artist associated. Tourism acted as an instrument and placed Zardozi on international platform. But if we talk about the negative impact, it replaced the prominent features. But if stakeholders and government come together, these negative impacts can be minimized. First of all, the real Zardozi should be differentiated from the modern Zardozi. The different name should be given to the modern Zardozi, like Nakle Zardozi or imitation Zardozi. And it is not so that a real Zardozi does not find its customer. It should be given a platform in international market and national market also. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Priya, for thought-provoking paper. So now we move to the the next presenter, Anivasa Vardhan, and she's speaking on making of local astronomy knowledge into colonial world history. So
Yes. Yes. Thank you, sir. So, good afternoon, everyone. And before I can move ahead with my presentation, I would like to say that
sorry, could you
I'm
be
suffering.
please little louder?
Yes, actually, the thing is that I'm suffering from COVID-19 and I have a sore throat. So my presentation will be very brief compared to other presenters, and I hope that's fine with everyone.
Yeah, yeah.
So, yes. Yes, so my paper deals with understanding the various transmission of ancient Indian astronomical science into the European models with the help of local astronomers. And I would also like to say that my paper, unlike other papers, does not follow a particular time period, and hence in a few slides you could see a shift from ancient astronomical topics to modern astronomical topics. So my main reason behind using the term local Indian history over just Indian history lies on the fact that India as a South Asian subcontinent has changed over the centuries. And to understand this Indian authentic astronomical knowledge, we need to start from the earliest Indian text called Vedanga Jyotisha, which deals with mainly Hindu text of astronomy and astrology. So this subject has been usually studied to understand the celestial activities. Names of the few prominent astronomers and mathematicians are displayed on the screen. That is Aryabhatta, Vaharamihira, Lalla, and Bhaskara too. They were not just astronomers, but also they propagated the mathematics and mathematical calculations behind each of the celestial activities. So, initially, it was the French Jesuit missionaries who came to preach about their religion in India when they landed into a surplus amount of Vedic science, which dealt with various subjects, including astronomy. However, translation of this knowledge and transmission of this science was not undertaken immediately, as Catholic funds did not support transmission and translation, and they were mostly focused on the religious derivation. Hence, in 1689, Jesuit Father John Wishart was one of the first individual who used the telescope from the Indian landscape to discover binary nature of Alpha theory. By the time the Industrial Revolution started in Europe and US, it's only then that the ANC thought that they should start taking much interest in our colonial lands. So these are the main important things that I could come up with that has been collected and transmitted from our Indian land. Now coming to the main point, main findings of my paper. That are the local assistants who helped in this transmission of science. So these are the local astronomers who helped into the translation of the huge Sanskrit text into English text. They were mostly the learned Brahmins, and these kind of information is something that I have found after searching a few newspaper, magazines, letters, and most of this translation would deal with either the astrological events of celestial orbits and objects, or 12 zodiac division of our astrology. Later on, astronomers such as Lalla and Bhaskara too has separated the astronomy from astrology using their own mathematical calculations, and a few other schools as well. So, yes, apart from that, Indian astronomers also helped in creating a prototype of our instruments and tools. And these instruments and prototypes were rather taken back to Europe for their work. So, I'm concluding this paper by saying that as it began with the French Jesuit missionary who did not take interest in our paper for economic source, but rather as a part of curiosity, as Father John Richard. He did not take interest in our Vedic sciences for an economic purpose, but rather for his own individual pursuit. Later, that went to East India Company, who took in a economic and both economic and social interest in our Vedic sciences, and hence a lot of the surplus were taken back to their country. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'm really sorry for this brief
No,
thing.
no, no. No, that's all good. Please take care of yourself, and just
Yes,
really, yeah, sure. So we have the next presenter. So it's a co-authored paper. So it's Deshpande VV and Gangopadhyay D. So they are speaking on an investigation of recognized intangible cultural heritage of India in UNESCO's World Heritage List.
Yes, thank you, sir. So, first of all, thank you for the organizers of this conference for giving me this opportunity to present. I'll just share my screen and turn off my video for network purpose.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You can.
Okay, so I hope the screen is visible.
Yeah, it is coming up. Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Okay, so my paper titled is An Investigation of Recognized Intangible Cultural Heritage of India in UNESCO's World Heritage List. So basically, the intent of this study was to develop an understanding of identification and recognition of intangible cultural heritage. Like if with respect to what were the definitions, what are the criteria for inscriptions, and how important factors such as community participations and sustainable development parameters have been recognized in Indian context specifically. So the methodology adopted for this was the text-based analysis methods, through which different recognized documents were identified. They were analyzed with respect to different parameters which are specified further in the paper. So starting with what is intangible cultural heritage? So basically, as defined by UNESCO, intangible cultural heritage means the practices, representations, expressions, knowledge, and skills that are part of a community's groups, and in some cases individually recognized as part of their cultural heritage. So these are some examples that I have given of the recognized intangible cultural heritage. The first picture gives us the Kumbh Mela that is taken part in 4 different cities. Second is the Ram Leela, and third is the Chow dance. So if we see how intangible cultural heritage have been identified in previously, before the convention of safeguarding came up. So it started with 1972 World Heritage Convention, where mostly the focus was on monumental aspects of heritage, of built heritage, but there were also some natural sites that were recognized in this particular convention. But still, intangible cultural heritage, the aspect of
Sorry
intangibility.
to interrupt, Deshpande. Yes, the slides are not moving. Are you changing the slides?
Yes, I am. I'll share again. Is it moving now?
No, it's not full screen.
Okay,
Maybe you can present the entire screen.
Yeah, I'll share it again. Okay, I hope it is visible now.
It is coming. Yeah, it is. It is.
Yeah. So, as I said, 1972 World Heritage Convention was more focused on the built heritage, the monumental heritage, rather than the intangible aspects of heritage. The second recommendation that was in 1989 that focused on safeguarding of traditional culture and folklore. So that was actually focusing on the intangible aspects of heritage, but it was not successful in implementation among the state parties, and it was largely failed due to the lack of commitment and also due to lack of the possible sanctions or the funding part of it. The 1992 United Nations Convention on Biological Diversity actually focused on the intangible aspects which are related to the biological diversity sites. And when the lastly there was one of the convention that proclamation of masterpieces of oral and intangible heritage of humanity in 1997, but that also faced certain issues among the identification among the different state parties and the different state parties and the world heritage. The convention that I am focusing on was established in 2003. That is the Convention of Safeguarding of Intangible Heritage. As I said, this gives us two major lists. First is the list of intangible cultural heritage of humanity, and the second list is about the urgent need of urgent safeguarding. So that gives a clear declaration between the representative list and the need, which are in a which needs urgent safeguarding in the different countries. So there are 5 main domains in which it has been identified. So it starts with oral traditions, expressions. It also includes performing arts, social practices, rituals, festive events, and knowledge practices concerning nature and universe. And lastly, the traditional craftsmanship. There are total of 584 elements that have been listed around the world, whereas there are 14 elements that have been listed in representative list from India. One of them, the last one, is listed recently, that is the Durga Puja of Kolkata. So if we try to analyze these 14 different elements, we can see that the domains cannot be differentiated in Indian context. Like even if we see the Chow dance, or it can be the Kumbh Mela, all the 5 domains are interrelated to each other and they cannot be seen in isolation. So the analysis of these elements showcase that there are these multiple overlapping of domains. The domains mentioned in the convention cannot be seen in isolation, and when it comes to intangible cultural heritage in India. There has been a lack of importance given to the spatial components. Like Kumbh Mela, to give an example, Kumbh Mela has been is a part of 4 different cities in India, but the intangible culture and all the spatiality of that place have not been yet explored or not documented. So to conduct this research, the nomination files were analyzed using different parameters that included inclusive social development, environmental sustainability, inclusive economic development, peace and security, association with architecture or tangible elements, association with natural element, management strategies, and community engagement. These parameters are based on different sources, different booklets that have been produced by UNESCO in their intangible cultural heritage and sustainable development. Sorry. Yeah. So if we see the table that has been presented, the analysis showcased that the value assessment highlighted the uniqueness of each site, and like as I said, there was very less elements that focused on the tangibility, the relationship with the tangible aspect of the intangible heritage. The association of intangible and tangible is less explored and documented and can be identified as a research gap. No formal process have been set up to involve communities, like to list these properties. The consent from the communities are very much important, but there is no such document or no such process where we can actually include community in the as a part of the conservation process or safeguarding process. All the elements showcase the significance of inclusive social development and economic development. So even if it can be a dance form, it can be yoga or Kumbh Mela, they all contribute to the social, inclusive social development, and which are a significant part of the, which forms the significant part for the economic development of that particular community. So to conclude, these are certain points that I have concluded. The most significant factor in safeguarding is the community participation and management strategies that help them to facilitate their social and economic development. In Indian context, the intangible elements are closely intertwined with the tangible elements and cannot be looked in isolation. So we have to come up with a strategy which can focus on documenting and safeguarding both together as a relationship. The study pointed that the process lacked in identification and documentation of intangible heritage in association with the physical elements. Simplification of process can help finding greater community participation along with the state parties and stakeholders. And there is a national list that suggests that which is made by Ministry of Culture, which identifies more than 100 elements based on different states in India. So basically there is a big gap between the representative list in UNESCO and the national list, and there are certain questions that I have identified which can be as a gap or that can be set for further research. So first is what are the measures taken for the safeguarding of the elements in national list of intangible cultural heritage in India. So this can be explored because more than 100 elements are still being identified by Ministry of Culture, and still the safeguarding measures or the documentation process is not being mentioned. And can identification parameters be formulated for recognition of ICH specific to Indian context? So as there is UNESCO for which is around the world, can we make a different set of parameters which are specifically to Indian context, and which can be helpful for identification of these elements along with the previous conclusions? So thank you.
Thank you.
And these are some references that I...
Thank you, Deshpande, for such a wonderful paper. So now we'll move to the next paper by Chandana Das on Kesh Kavya hairstyles as depicted in epigraphy and art of early Assam. So yeah.
Yes. Hello everyone. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are.
Okay. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to present my paper today. Actually, I was in PhD counseling on my Sidhu session on Friday. So I have to present here now. And oh, may I, sir?
Yeah.
Okay, I want to, sir, turn off my camera if you permit me.
If your network connectivity is good, then you can turn on. Otherwise, you can turn off.
Okay, sir. It is, sir, no? Okay. Is it visible, sir?
Not yet.
Okay. No, sir.
No.
Wait a second. Don't know what happened to this.
Take your time. Just try if it is opening, otherwise you can present.
Okay.
without video.
Now is it visible? Okay.
Yeah, it is coming up. Yeah, it is.
Sorry for the inconvenience.
Not
So,
an issue.
my topic is Kesha Binnas, hairstyles, topic in the epigraphy and the art of early Assam. As we know, the Kesha Binnas or beautification of hair is inborn human nature and is influenced by the people aesthetic sense. As we can see, we all the ladies and also the gents, we are having different types of hairstyles. Most of her in open hairstyle and some of her in ponytails. The hairstyle, it is more than a simply physical features of the is simply physical features of the human body, and it is a reflection of a person's personality, thoughts, taste, and creativity. So, not just the common man, but also the divine beings, semi-divine characters, and the Naikas have all been distinguished by their distinctive hairstyles. As we know, the Shiva with his Jata Mukuta and the Vidyadharas with their open hairs like the Apsaras, as well as in the context of early Assam, the development of sculptural art and architecture can be traced back from the 1st century AD, but only from the 5th century onwards, we got some various sculptures and icons found with hairstyles and ornaments. And the art of early Assam was influenced by different art styles of Pan India, like the Gupta art, Palas and art of Bengal, during the rule of the Barmanas, Salastamas, and Pala dynasty, which were the three first dynasties ruling ancient
Chandana,
Assam.
sorry to interrupt. Your slides are not moving.
Okay, this is my first slide. Oh, sorry. Okay. Just a second. Okay now?
Yeah.
Okay. So, in this paper, it is proposed to discuss the development of the artistic activities related to the coffee with their local idioms, especially in the Brahmaputra Valley, because the geography of the early Assam was not static, and now I am going to take my region only the Brahmaputra Valley from the 5th century to 12th century onwards through some field visits while I visited some sites of Brahmaputra Valley for my MPhil research. And then at the time I take some photographs and some about some sculptures related to hairstyles and the secondary sources. Furthermore, it is also examined whether the depictions of hairstyles or Kesa Vinyasa prescribed in the canonical texts such as Agni Purana, Naitya Sastra, etc. So, the hairstyles in the early Indian narratives. The early Indian literature accords copious coffers prevailed through the ages. We have found various frequent words in Vedic texts like Upasa, Kaparda, Sikanda, Kesha, Kurira, etc. And from this text, it is very clear that hairstyling was prevalent among the both men and women. As for example, in the Upasa style, we find men gathering up their hair on the top like a top knot while leaving it loose enough to give it a dome or a floppy cap look. As per the Vedic text, Indra was fond of this Opasa hairstyle. In Satapatha Brahmana and Asvalayana Grihasutra also lays stress on a top-knot-like hairstyle known as Sikha while depicting mourning. And Panini, in his book Astadhyayi, talks about a cultured citizen where he mentioned Keshavesa as a part of well-lettered citizen. And Kautilya, in his book Arthashastra, also described the hairstyling adopted by the aesthetics, though it doesn't mean hairstyling of royalty, nobility, or the common people. And we also find mention about the Kaur in the Natyasastra, and according to the Natyasastra, the women were adopting hairstyles according to diverse their geographical location. The young women of Malwa were curled locks, and women from Goda, they tied their locks in a top knot and braided or plaited their hairs, while Avira women dressed their hair in two plaits, which sometimes would round the head. The women in northeastern region of the country arranged their tufts in a well-drawn-up position, and the women in peninsular India wore their hair arranged in the shape of water vessels held together by ornament, or locks of the hair were turned backwards from the overhead, known as avart lalatikam. So now came to the Kesavinnas in epigraphy and art of early Assam. It is known from the epigraphs and sculptural craftsmanship that all kinds of people gave incredible consideration to dressing their hair to look alluring. Among the engravings given by the Varmanas, Salastama and Pala kings of early Assam, only in the Tejpur grant of Banamal Varman of Salastama dynasty, notice about a hairdo of the divine ladies, that's the Apsaras. It is expressed with regards to utilizing their heavenly blossom, Harsinger, in their hair for beautification. The different sorts of headgear used in the figures known as Moli, as indicated by the creator of Manasar, for their beauty, who again partition into Jata Mukuta, Kira Mukuta, Kirita Mukuta, Karanda Mukuta, Sirastraka, Kuntala, etc. And in Assam, we find god and goddesses like Shiva, Vishnu, Brahma, Parvati, Tripura Bhairavi, Bhuvaneshwari, Ganga, Yamuna, Durga are depicted with various kinds of mukuta and kafir as mentioned above. A graceful image of Uma Maheshwara from the ruins of Barganga, Dabaka Nagaon, which depicted the hair of Uma, is dressed in a peculiar way. I'll show the pictures at last. Her hair is tied upwards into a thin knot and then again flattened at the top and tied round like a round ball. So Ganga, Yamuna, the two river goddesses also noticed in Assam, and it is from the Dwara Sakhas of a ruined temple of Dao Parvatya, Tejpur. And Dao Parvatya door frame are the earliest specimens of cultural heritage in early Assam, and both the goddess Ganga and Yamuna is depicted with a beautiful buns. As we know, the Ganga and Yamuna also depicted in the temples of Nasna Kuthara, then Bhumara, and the Dasavatara temple of Deoghar. And the Ganga and Yamuna sculptures and their hairdressing is quite similar to those three temples sculptures. Apart from the divine figures, the sculptural art that women paid great attention to the dressing their hair look attractive, and women use various types of ornaments in their hair and the fond of elaborate coiffure. Usually the headdress has depended on the woman's age, their position, and their place in the family. So, the early sculptural stone art gives us exclusive information about the various impressive information about the fashion among the early Assamese women. The females of Assam were fond of arranging their hair in different ways. We have found a beautiful terracotta plaque collecting from the Kukurmuta, Guwahati, has been preserved in the Assam State Museum. In this plaque, three female standing figures are shown, and where the hands of the middle one seems to be busy in fixing the hair knot. I couldn't see, actually, I was not allowing to see the reserve collection of Assam State Museum, but I have found this source from my guides on collection, Terracotta Sculptures of Assam. and I could not include the picture only because of her copyright issue. So, the early sculptural art of Assam gives exclusive information about various impressive coiffure styles that were fashioned among the women. Especially, the females of Assam were fond of arranging their hair in different ways. Sorry. Again, now come to the conclusion. In Assam, the idea of arrangement of hair and the decoration of head can be had from the sculptures of their period, and as most of the figures were represented wearing headdresses, it is not possible to give an exhaustive description about the various ways of arranging hair, but the simplest and most common coiffure in Assam is a high knot bun. This method of arranging hair is still in use, but like the ancient sculptures of Pan-India, sculptures with long braids or open hair is quite less in number. And in the Jata Mukuta or Kesabandha depicted with the sculptures are totally same with the canonical texts of early India. So now came to the sculptures. This is the Uma Maheshwara sculpture from Dabaka, Nagaon, where we can see the, can anyone see or no? Is it visible?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So in this sculpture, the hair of the Uma, goddess Uma, is first her hair was depicted as a knot, then it was made as a bun. It is also put some floral designs in her hair for beautification, and this is now preserved in the Assam State Museum. The next picture image is from Modern Kamdev Temple, and I want to include that as we have some previous presentation about erotic sculptures. This is a temple which is have most of the erotic sculptures belong to ancient Assam, and these three figures also part of a erotic sculptures is a panel of erotic sculptures, and these three women are busy in playing some musical instruments, and their hairs also tied as a high bun. And the last image we are found from the Pingaleswar temple. Pingaleswar temples also houses some erotic sculptures, but this is a unidentified female figure, and she has a low bun. It is a loose bun she is wearing, and she is in a dancing pose. And next, I have got a image from the Assam State Museum. It is an image of a Saraswati, as identified our historians and archaeologists. And the Saraswati also has a high tight bun, and she wears a band-like thing. It is looks like a small beads or like a chain. And I have find some other hairstyles from the yogi, from Mahamayathan, Karbi Anglang, where the yogi is wearing a jata mukuta, and also he puts some beads to tie his hair. And the last picture is a picture of Nataraj. He is in a dancing mood playing his dambaru, and his hair he is sewing is a jata mukuta, as well as also some the lower portion of his hair in a flying mode. So this is my presentation, and I can conclude that most of the hairstyles of early Assam is not they are styling their hairs like a open hair or braided, but they were mainly aware of the buns and also wearing the jata mukutas. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. So we can conclude the session. So just before that, I just wanted to make some statements to some of the papers. To begin with, Christina's work on Goa and her sensuous imagery, a study of the erotic films and art and films. So it was a wonderful paper, to be very honest, and it represented all the contemporary notion about what Goa is, and particularly the way it has been, the tourists been treating the people living there. So that's a really good paper. And so I just wanted to first, since you have been mentioning about the ancient, you have been showing some ancient sculptures and all. So, and you mentioned about the Gajalakshmi. So, do you see any images of Lajja Gauri there? I don't know, because it's very curious to know that if you have found, please. And I know Pratishta ji is also laughing on this because she is also an expert on art. So, I just wanted to know that do you have find any Lajja Gauri?
So I think there is one Lajja Gauri which is there in Goa. I'm not entirely sure where, but I think there is one. If not, of course, we have the entire Mother Goddess system, which is in Kurdi and Usgaimal and all these places. So and then there's a lot of the feminine body being shown very widely in that sense. So yeah, I think there is one Lajja Gauri, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, okay, and then coming back to the contemporary perspective, when you were talking about the Bollywood and all, so do you think so that is government is doing anything regarding this to safeguard such interest of the native people? So is there any such kind of notion that you have also looked upon in your paper, or you are planning to look upon in future perspective?
I haven't mentioned this in my paper, but so originally, of course, Goa too, even the government and everyone involved did continue to forward this ideology that we have currently of Goa being a party place, because we all need the economy, we need the money to run. So at first, yes, of course, they did run with that sort of ideology, but now the Goa Tourism Department itself has actually started working on changing the entire image, because you know how it was Aao Kabhi Gujarat, the Incredible India sort of thing. So they've come to Goa now and they're trying to, draw people's focus towards the tourist places in the sense of more history based. We have quite a few heritage walks and all of these things that work with the government and independently. So yes, there is a change happening by the government as well.
Yeah, and it's moving back to the ancient period again. So the usual representation, don't you think so that why these images being there? Because since we are talking about the temple, and most importantly, the temple was also a place where the dance functions and the music ceremony is also happening. So maybe we can correlate dance has been commonly being performed by the women. So do you think so from that perspective also? I don't know, but have you looked into that perspective?
I haven't picked on dance, honestly, in that sense, because it would be too much to put into one paper. But that is definitely an aspect I would love to look into.
Yeah. That's a wonderful paper. I really liked it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
So next, moving to the next paper, that is Traditions in Spaces. So by Padmashri Maharaj and Shruti Reddy. So just wanted, since we were talking about the Urugu style, so I just wanted to know, is it the dimensions being very similar, or it was different during the initial phases? So the dimensions was same or it was different?
Sir, the dimensions are similar and they've been maintaining the same. And it is very fascinating to see that the dimensions are maintaining same. It's either to the 450 to the maximum of 600 mm, which has been maintained. The width is always maintained. The length is always shortened, and the space is provided would be different.
Yeah, that is very fascinating. When you come back to the South Indian region, like for instance, Kerala, if you are talking about, then there is a concept of Tinna. That is also the same concept, but you'll see a different kind of dimensions there. It depends upon the space you are getting, and the elite people that were having a wide range of Tinna, and then on the other hand, when it comes to the people who are a little bit poor or who don't have money to spend, so they have a very shortage. So how come there is a similar kind of things that is happening there? In particularly, we are talking about the Karnataka region.
Yes, and it's not Karnataka, it's more like
Yeah.
Telangana, Andhra Pradesh region, sir. I have found the similar in Maharashtra as well. When it comes to the width of it, and and if in the terms of varanda, when it is used completely as a varanda, if I have a space where I've mentioned where there are few Arugu Logili, which has been where there are spaces where different kinds of people or different cadres of people. There are writings of many people, many writers, literature artists, where there are writers which I mentioned in the paper about Shastri Garu, where he actually mentioned he's a very good writer. He mentions about his village where four different types of major arugus where these things happen. So that there is a memory for each person. So it depends on how. If it is a Shastri Garu arugu where the Vedas or Vedangas used to happen, or in the evening time they used to do the Veda Patanam or some kind of mythological this thing, Paranam kind of a thing would be done.
Yeah, so it is a kind of a public sphere. There people usually used to have a chit chat and all.
And it is still continuing. Usually, women or men, generally we speak, we gossip, or we talk about each other. We tend in Arugu used to be occupied every time by women, and every time when we have it's like that there'll be a fear of the child whenever the goes on, and there'll be non-fear as well. There'll be brave as well. The ladies would be there, they'll be taking care of. So it's both of the thing. They're being monitored by them, and they're being safeguarded by the woman or sitting on the Arugu.
Yeah, and I also like the way you were presenting the modern notion of the Aragovin. And don't you think so? Like this is something which I found it usually. What happened is you are trying to, because the road has been widening, and you try to cover up the roads, and especially when it comes to the Delhi region, you find these kinds of veranda coming into the road area. So they are actually trying to capture the government's land rather than spending their own land for this type of space.
Yes, sir, that's true. And they're not going to sacrifice their own land.
Yeah, they won't do it.
And they'll be building up after the compound wall rather than on the before the compound wall. So it's interesting that the owner of the house doesn't want to lose anything from his land.
Yeah, because now they are losing the sense of that particular area, and now they are very much interested in constructing their buildings rather than focusing on those kinds of urubus, or the space where these kinds of public chit chats usually happened in the earlier times.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thanks for the wonderful paper. And now let's move to the third one by Priya Chaturvedi on two-edged influence of tourist arrivals on the royal wardrobe, particularly speaking on the Zardozi embroidery. So it was a nice paper. I don't have anything to say much on it, but just wanted to know, like, since the notion of tourism and the Zardozi embroidery is coming into existence, intertwined, so there is a kind of a forged embroidery is happening. Don't you think so?
Yes, sir. But the negative impacts can be minimized. As I said, that the fake Zardozi and the original one should be differentiated. It should be given a another name like Nakle Zardozi or imitation Zardozi, so that people can know this is the real Zardozi and this is the copied one. And the real Zardozi should be given international and national platform, so that the tourists who want to buy that they can buy.
Yeah, so it's like an authenticity of that particular embroidery is under the thread. So we don't know the authenticity. And when it comes to if you have to connect with the tourist, then what happened is tourists will never interested in knowing about which is original and which is not, because he have very little knowledge about it. Yes. So that is also one of the biggest constraint. If I being in Delhi and I'm going somewhere else which is not my native place, and if I'm getting a fake thing, I will not know whether it's original or not.
Yes.
And so that is also there. So the authenticity is also a biggest issue. Yeah. So the next, we're moving to the next paper, that is making of local astronomical knowledge into the colonial world by Anisa the Vardhan. So yeah, sorry, but I know you have been in pain and still you are presenting. So that's heads off to you. So just wanted to, like, can we say that the period of 1857 is a kind of a scientific revolution in India? So, and yeah, can we say that it is a period of scientific revolution in India?
Well, some philosophers and some historians have said that that this period can be called a scientific revision, but I do not agree to that, as I believe that in ancient astronomers, especially the period where Lalla and Bhaskara too were there, at that time they were the one astronomers who were trying to separate the astrology from the astronomy. So they were trying to differentiate it. So what we understand by the industrial revolution now is not something that we can imply at the current phase in India. Yes, sir.
And the next very question, I just wanted to just want to quote that. Then when you just make a comment, like when you're focusing on the translation part, the Britishers was not interested in learning what we had. That you have to keep in mind when if we are talking about the translation, like whether the translation of Rig Veda or whatever it was, they were actually trying to know about the Indian community and then trying to penetrate through that. So you can also look into that direction. I'm just making a comment. So
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, thank you,
So
sir.
yeah. So moving to the next paper, an investigation of recognized intangible heritage, cultural heritage of India in UNESCO's World Heritage List. So by Deshpande. Yeah, it's a wonderful paper. Actually, I was discussing with my colleague regarding this. So we saw a kind of similar paper in another conference. So I just wanted to know, like, since you have been talking about and the Ministry of Culture, they are also listing a lot of intangible heritage. So
Yes.
have you seen that there are a lot of performing arts are coming? They are not trying to look into the perspective of the what you can consider to be the more valuable, or which is actually going to get eroded at a very in a few decades. So it's
Right.
like for instance, like if you focus on, like, we don't see any kind of dandiya rasa folk which is not coming into the ministry's thing. And you have in Kerala the Trishur Puram, which is again a festival which is well known, it is not coming into existence. And there are much more examples that are coming. So what do you think, how can we safeguard this, since you have been talking
Actually, yeah, that's right. Exactly that you pointed that the Ministry of Culture, the list that they have made is actually an ongoing process. And they have also mentioned on their website that as a member of that community or as a citizen of India, we can go and we can list providing certain documents, providing certain information about that particular element, and we can list that in the Ministry of Cultural ICH list. So for safeguarding, I think community participation has a major role in safeguarding of these elements, and without them we cannot actually, as a conservation architect or as any expert, we won't be able to go ahead without the participation of communities that are actually practicing that element on their own. So they are the ones who are expert, and they know the processes, they know what all includes in that element.
Yeah, exactly. And then when I was looking into the parameters, so, and also when you talk, like, the most of the list that is coming into existence is like the one which have a lot of influence, like the more people know about it, so we should put it in the list.
Right. So the more the visibility, those are the elements that are being listed in World Heritage. But the major question is that what happens to the elements which are practiced at the local level, like at the minor macro level, as we can say. There are many communities who practices day-to-day life rituals, or like different even tribal communities, or many things are there which are still missing. And if we can formulate that at Indian level, some parameters, some identification methodology, that will be really helpful.
But even I don't know whether you know about the cultural mapping of India, the project which has been started by the
Yes.
ministry.
Yeah.
So I don't know whether it's complete or not, but they were trying to do the same thing, but I don't know what it happened right now. I guess maybe they will be coming up with those local level heritage.
Right. Methodologies for document.
Yeah. So coming back to the last paper, that is the Kesh Vinyas, the hairstyle as depicted in the epigraphy and art of early Assam. So I just have, it's just a query in the sense, you find any recognition of the same kind of hairstyle in other areas? So it's just, I'm just curious to know whether you have found any kind of those things. And yeah, Chandana,
Yes,
are you
sir.
there? Yeah. So I just wanted to know, you find any kind of same kind of hairstyle in any other places that you're going around? So other than the Assam area, so if you have any peripheral areas.
Sir, actually, to be honest, I have not visited any other sides of India except Northeast. I have only visited Assam, Arunachal, and Ceylon.
Yeah, because
So,
yeah,
yes, sir.
we had a paper. I don't know, in the first session, understanding ancient, this thing on the hairstyle. So we had the same question: have you find a hairstyle with our short hairs? Like, since she was very focusing on the Ardha Shastra part. So do you find any kind of short hairs, particularly to the woman, and any that kind of
No,
presentation?
sir, I have mentioned in the conclusion that most of the women depicted with high, not bun. It is mainly the Assamese women focusing on the high not bun. I don't know why. And I also have find some pictures which I have not included here, which open hair, but not with short hair or in a braided hair. But I have also found most of the goddess with hair dresses. That is Kirita Mukuta mainly.
Yeah, thank you. So now we can
Thank you.
open the session for questions and discussions. So if anyone have any questions, they can put it in the chat box or can raise their hand.
Yeah, thank you, Ashuji, for the concluding remarks.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Amita.
Dr. Amita. Yeah.
Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to ask the question. Christina, I would like to know, because Ashuji already asked you this question. So I just want to know, like, some NGOs are not working, because NGOs are these days very active in this field, like they are interrupting anywhere, you can say. So they were not working anything in this field in Goa?
So NGOs, in the sense of, I mean, yes, they do work, but they work more on the local level, in the sense of there's a lot of prostitution rackets going on in Goa. So as of now, they mainly focus on that sort of system. Meanwhile, there are a few other people, such as like the Goa Heritage Action Group in Goa. There are about 7 or 8 people who are well-known historians in Goa, especially. They come together and they try to work together to, keep changing the aspects that people think about in Goa. And like I mentioned, there are a few others who are doing these heritage walks, and they're, trying to work on a national level, and they're trying to get there. It's a very slow start, but I think we'll get somewhere.
Yeah, definitely. And what was the particular government reaction when somebody is publishing this type, or somebody is raising this type of issue in that particular place?
As in, I'm sorry?
What is the government reaction? Like you are saying, government is not doing anything, and I can understand because there are many things behind this. That's why this is not the topic to take. But what is the reaction of the government towards this serious issue? Because this is quite serious issue.
Yeah, it is. So like I said, originally we ran with this entire idea, that Goa was the party place. So now, of course, they're working their best to, change this. But then, of course, in the background, there are things that we don't really know or understand that, it's for them to go with. It's very political, so I think I'm going to leave that there. But I think there is some change, like slightly, not by a lot, but there is, because I've recently been seeing, there is a lot more police and things like that, even on the beaches, because as you know, drinking in public is not allowed. But in Goa, it's just assumed that, go sit on the beach the whole day and do whatever you want and things like that. So the government is slowly and steadily definitely getting more stricter with this. And yeah, it's not at the pace you want it to be, but it's getting there. It's like on the way.
No, thank you so much, Christina. This is a seriously very good issue which you are taking. But I hope in future you are going to work more on that.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you,
Thank
Christina.
you.
Yeah, I just wanted to add on that NGO wala part, and since it's something which is, Christina, you're thinking from the perspective of the tourism, the tourist who is coming into existence, or the tourist who is coming and putting this thing, and then you are saying that this is wrong. Now let's think from the different directions. Then I would say from the native people, what if they are also getting involved in it?
Okay, so I will not deny that we as our own selves have also perpetuated this image that we've created now. I will not deny that. We've all done it. But thankfully, there is sort of like an eye-opening moment for a lot of people in the natives who are now realizing that this is not what they want Goa to be. Because the amount of nuisance that is now there is just too much. We did not assume it would reach to such a level. I mean, you can't go asking 18-year-old children going to college if they want to come with you. So, of course, earlier we did perpetuate with this because we assumed, you know what, we need the money. It's just like open a shack, open a bar, do whatever you have to get the money that you need. But now we as locals have also started rising up because we don't like this image of us being portrayed outside.
Christina, what I feel is like, this is my personal statement on this. When you talk about the whatever the amount of alcohol or the beverages that is coming into existence, when you try to put it on a hold, like you try to restrict people of to have it, then the people is all more tempted towards that particular whatever it is. So I don't want to just call it give it a name. So if you try to put a restrictions on that, then the people try to get more tempted towards that particular, like for instance, like if you look into the opium, in the Indian opium being traded in during this British period. And then similarly, like then when we talk about the Goa part, then these kinds of open thing, don't you think is a kind of giving a permission that they can have it now? They can have it. There is no restrictions. So why do we? They are not tempted towards it. Don't you think so? From that
No.
perspective also.
Every single person I meet and they find out I've come from Goa, they're like, oh, please get us, alcohol because it's cheaper there. It's not about the fact of being restricted or anything in that sense, because the moment they think Goa, they're like, go all out. It does not matter.
Yeah, I'm agree with you, Christina, because the common mentality is this, like the alcohol is cheaper in these particular areas, so that's why they are visiting.
Ma'am, what do you know then
about restriction? I agree that it pushes forward the need to do it more.
Christina,
I'm not.
Then it is like my opinion is already you have proven my opinion. The person who is outside the Goa is saying this thing. The Goa people are not saying this thing.
No.
So
I mean, we grew up watching all of this. So for us, it's just like it exists in our land. We don't see the absolute need to go behind it as a lot of other people do. And I'm not saying that, people shouldn't come to Goa and not drink and things like that. What I'm saying is, Goa is not just that part of it. It's a lot more. So if the only reason you're coming to Goa is that, then I think it's a problem that we all have.
Yeah, but that is how even the people are portraying. So, and how that's very ridiculous, to be very honest. Yeah, Pratishta ji, you can also.
Yeah. I was just waiting for your discussions to finish. So thank you. I really enjoyed all of the papers in this session, but Christina, your paper was quite fresh to me and very, very interesting to me, and I loved your paper. So I have three questions. So I just wanted to know, you were talking about the Gadhe girls, right? So I just wanted to know what is the time period and which dynasty was patronizing these, making of the temples, and which dynasty was putting up these temples, and what is the time frame?
So there are few in Maharashtra which were done by the Shilahara kings, and a few in Goa which were done by the Vijayanagar kings.
Okay, not the Bahamanis?
We've not found any stone inscriptions with the Gadagals as such that would stay so. Or at least I have not come across.
Okay, so the second question I want to ask you, that do you find any further types of the Gadhigals? in your region?
No, I haven't seen any others. Like it's
Okay.
the constant image that seems to be there.
The women
Max
on
to
the top.
max, there'll be, yeah, the max to max, there will be like just a change maybe in the shape of the ears of the animal. I'm
Okay.
not sure, but apart from that, I don't think I've seen anything.
Okay, okay. I am asking this because in Gujarat, in our department also, Department of Archaeology, we have certain steles which are called gadegals, but we do not get the women in them. There are 2-3 donkeys, but the inscription is there that whatever you were saying, it is similar to that. And the second type is that we only have the inscription but do not get the pictures or the sculptures of the donkeys. So that is why I was asking you that whether
So
you
the
also.
three Gadagas that I showed, there is not anything written about the ASSSR on the inscription itself, but the image is there. So just in the graphic representation to let you know that these are the consequences of said actions, but it's not mentioned into it. So maybe that is probably why.
So in Gujarat, it is like that. We find it with the 2-3 donkeys are standing, and they are said to be cursed. Like in our department also, they are put up outside, and our teacher said that don't touch it, otherwise you will get cursed. So like this is the notion in our department. So the third question I wanted to ask you, right, that you have been mentioning about the Gram Devtas, like a number of times. So do you think that these images of whether it is the erotic sculptures or whether it is the Gate girls, are they related to something, the cultic practices, or there was a certain type of cult was prevailing in the society? Do you think these are cultic images?
I do not think they are cultic images because you see this all across India, but then it just like varies slightly in wherever you go. So the Grama Devtas, I think they are a thing that happens, I think, all across India in their own way. So I don't think there was any cultic significance to it.
Okay. So can you just let me know what is the earliest or the material evidence of the Gatikals? Like from where do we get the first evidence of Gatikals? Do you have any idea about it?
No, I don't know. At least in the 3 that I had done, I think the one that was found in Guleli, I think that was the oldest.
And what is the date of Guleli?
I think it was the 14th century.
Okay.
That one.
Okay. I think the first is from Maharashtra. It dates around 10th century.
Yeah, probably.
Maybe I just read it in some paper, but maybe you can.
There is a paper by, I think, Miss Harshada Vikrud, which has an entire paper on this, so maybe we can find the date there.
Yeah. Apart from her, I think the most important work has been done by Dr. Kurushev Dalal, and he's from University of Mumbai, and his work is like beautiful.
I have read one of it.
And when you were presenting, I just thought of him like, oh, Kurush sir. So
yes, exactly. I remember him.
yeah. So I really enjoyed our paper. So do we have any more questions?
We have Rahul Maurya raised.
Rahul, you can unmute yourself.
Oh, is that a technical glitch?
I don't know. I think that is a mistake.
No.
Pratishtha ji, I want to tell you that Harshada Birkut, she's doing a PhD on this, that Gadhi that stones. Okay. And Kurus Dalal, he wrote as like, you know also that these things is like, she shows her one presentation, I seen that in Deccan College. She shows more than 35 stone, Gadigar stones. Okay. So it's that different scholars, that interpretation is totally, some are, they interpreted some fertility things, and some are some different interpretation on this. So it's like that.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rahul, for enlightening us. So do we have any more questions or anything else? Any more discussions to be done? We can conclude it here.
I have one question from Priya. I hope, Priya, you are here. Priya Chaturvedi.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. I'm very curious to know, because Zardozi is very famous in my area. So Zardozi was introduced during Mughal period, or I'm not very sure. That's why I'm asking to you. This is just a query.
Ma'am, the name Zardozi, with the name Zardozi golden embroidery.
When it was spread, in India? Because
Ma'am, it was from the ancient India, but spread at the time of Jahangir.
okay,
Mughals
and
Begum loved to wear the clothes with the golden embroidery, especially Begum of Akbar Ruqayya Begum, the first Begum of Akbar Ruqayya Begum.
but I think they have their own embroidery too. But I'm not very sure about, because I'm not the expert one. As per as my consideration, like it became very famous, or it came into India by the Islamic invasion. If I'm wrong, please make me correct, because I'm
Ma'am,
not very.
according to my literature review, Humayun bought artists from Persia, and then he started the tradition of Zardozi. And at the time of Akbar, it was not very popular, but yet Mughal Begums loved wearing it. But in the time of Jahangir, it was Zardozi was widely spread all over the India. It was used as a gift. It was used as a daily wear. It was used as a festive wear. In Meena Bazaar also, the Zardozi was there.
So they brought the artist from Persia to India for this particular embroidery.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So what is the role of Pandyan dynasty? Because you mentioned that in your
Yes, ma'am.
presentation.
Ma'am, Marco Polo, he wrote in his work that the cushion with golden embroidery was also there. And if we look at our literatures like Rigved, Mahabharata, Ramayana, we will find various sources where the embroidery with gold is mentioned, but the name Zardozi is from Persia.
Okay. Thank you, Priya. Now it's very clear to me. I would like to thank Miss Burden, because even I appreciate her research.
Yes.
Even you are having COVID and you are presently here, you are presenting your research. So I just appreciate your work. Please take care of yourself, and your research is very, very interesting, and I'm very curious to know more about your research, and we will love to hear you in future with your good health. So take care of yourself.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
So thank you all.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ashuji, for chairing this session. And
Thank you.
we can conclude our session, our fourth session here. And I would request all the presenters and organizers to switch on their cameras for groups photograph. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. So please stay tuned, because we are going to start with our valedictory session in a while.
Thank you so much, Ms. Pratishtha. And so now the time comes that we conclude our session and move on to valedictory session. And it's very important, and we all are researchers, and we know the importance of acknowledging it, all the research, and our conference is always a teamwork. So now I invite our joint secretary, Ms. Vishnu Gurang, to take over the session and start with our valedictory session today. Over to you, Vishnu.
Thank you, Ishani ji. Am I audible? Is it fine, my audio?
Yes, we can
Thank
hear
you
you
so
very
much
clearly.
for thank you so much for introducing me. I see our secretary as well here, so I'll straightforwardly jump into it. So good evening to everybody. A much awaited 3 days program have come to an end. As a joint secretary of Asiatic Society of Social Science Research, I'm very, very privileged and proud to be here before you all at this special occasion to deliver the valedictory speech on behalf of the organizers who are currently present here and those who are unavoidably not. I wish to congratulate all the presenters for their well-researched papers. The 66 papers presented in the past 3 days testify the Herculean task of selection out of hundreds of papers as are received. Thus, I would like to thank all the presenters who took out their time to share their findings with us. Though we are overshadowed with the joy and happiness at this moment, let us not forget the fact that now it is not just about the certificate of our status, rather the satisfaction from having the material or intellectual evidence of our previous knowledge and experience gained in the last 3 days. At the same time, no conference can be successful without the audience. So thus, I would like to extend my gratitude to all those who have joined us since last 3 days, and especially to our very senior professors who have provided insights to our speakers. A special thank you to our partners and collaborators as well, with whom, as I have already planned a very interesting academic year ahead, as many of them are here. So I would like to mention some of the events that Azhar have already planned for future. With one of our first partner, Iran Culture House, Azhar has planned a diploma course in calligraphy, certificate course in Brahmi, certificate course on Sanskrit, diploma course in Indianology and Iranology. With Iran, Azhar hopes to start very soon a diploma course in Persian and Iranology, and also focus on research exchange programs. With one of our very active partner, TIIKM, we are planning to host yet another conference, which will aim in exploring the age-old connection between India and Sri Lanka. The exploration and excavation proposals are also in the pipeline. Beside the future plan, it is my honor in my capacity as a joint secretary to announce the opening of the new department, which is called Center for the History Studies, which is called the Center for Buddhist Studies, Center for History and Archaeology, for which I would like to ask the Secretary of Azhar, Alok Kumar, to kindly do the curtain raising and inaugurate our youngest department. So please do the needful, please.
Thank you, Vismuji. Good evening, all of you. Now I would like to request Raman, please play the video of curtain raising ceremony.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Raman. Thank you, all of you.
Yeah, the vision of the department is in-depth exploration of Buddhist history, philosophy, literature, along with the comprehensive study of important Buddhist texts in their original language, for which we have board members from varied regions, from Tawang and Arunachal to Bihar, to areas where Buddhists have been once upon a time widespread and is widespread now. Azhar is the first institute to make a handbook on Central Vista project, which will be releasing soon, along with 10 other heritage handbooks. Azhar is an organization which believes in creating opportunities for our young students and researchers to learn and contribute, for which we have extended the date for our winter internship program to 15th of this month. So if you want to become a part of Azhar, and if you know anybody who will be benefiting from this internship, then please have a look into our internship program in our website. As I have recently stepped into the world of gaming, as well as with the hope of making history interesting for our young generations, for which we have recently signed an MOU with SAASA, which stands for Save Ancient Studies in America, by hosting Archaeogaming, which is yet another interesting project of ours, which we are very, very excited for. For our presenters, those who would like to join us yet again, they can follow our national conference on Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, which is scheduled for 13th and 14th of August this year. On the occasion of the success of this conference, our president have extended the last day for the submission of their. At the same time, I would also like to point out that Azhar is coming up with 3 days workshop in the month of July on experimental archaeology. We have also another MOU in pipeline with the Chandigarh University. So quite much to achieve for the upcoming year. So please follow up. I would like to highlight that ASSSR cannot achieve success without the help of its partners, collaborators, and well-wishers. Let us not wait for the opportunities to be created for us. We must challenge ourselves with the knowledge and skills we acquire from each other to create such opportunities for ourselves, even though it is challenging. ASSSR, much like its partner, aims not only in following the path that leads, but where there is no path and leave a trail for others to follow. I hope with determination, focus, support, this is very much possible. With that, I would also like to extend my gratitude to the members of ASSSR, particularly the Senate members who have always helped us out with love, support, and most importantly, patience. I hope the elements remain absolutely constant. For those who would like to know more about us and our partners, please visit our website, follow us in our social media accounts, and we would like to have you in our family very soon. So thank you so much, and thank you for listening. Stay safe. Blessed be you all. Jai Hind. Namaskar.
Thank you so much, Vishnu. That was really great to hear that we as a team have really made the conference successful, including our participants and the lovely audience who actively participated in the entire conference. So now I would like to invite Mr. Ashu and Dr. Amita to take over the session and conclude the session to give vote of thanks as well. Over to you.
Thank you so much. So finally, it's the last day, and it's like we started yesterday itself, or it's been just 1 hour. We have just started this and it's ending. Anyways, thanks everyone for participating in this first international conference organized by Asiatic Society for Social Science Research. So the theme, talking about the theme, the history and archaeology, particularly the exploring recent trends, patterns, and contributions. So this is what we have decided. We people were sitting together and we were discussing what kind of theme has to be come up with. So we were like, no, since it is COVID, and we all know that COVID have hindered our research. We are not being able to do any kind of research. We were not able to go anywhere out, and we're not able to get our sources. So we thought let's look into the people. Let's have some interaction with the scholars, that what they are doing, and let us know what kind of research they are doing since this COVID. And then I guess we have received around 109 papers, and I guess the researchers are not sitting home idle. They were really working hard. They're working really hard, and I don't know that we people say that we don't have source because it's COVID. No, it's not. It's absolutely not true. We have sources in our hand, and we are doing it, and the examples are here. From 3 days we are doing this, and we see a lot of people presenting such a wonderful paper. And in fact, a number of papers we have. I can't even express myself. Like I can point it out. There are a lot of papers which need a special attention towards it. And apart from that, the entire session from day 1 to the day 3, it was wonderful, amazing. So let's begin with the inaugural session. Like I just wanted to make very short. Like I would like to thank every collaborators, those who were there. And we know the British Museum was actually, the director was busy with this schedule. So yeah, he had already apologized for that. And otherwise we have Dr. Muhammad Ali Rabbani. And thanks to the cultural counselor, Iran Culture House Embassy of IR Iran for being there and expressing himself about the history and archaeology, particularly in the time of COVID-19. And I would like to thank Dr. Riza Abbas from INHCRF, which is Indian Numismatic Historical and Cultural Research Foundation, Pune, Nasik. Sorry, it's Nasik. So for being there and giving his remarks on how to work on it, and then what kind of help you need regarding the numismatics or anything, you people can approach this foundation for your queries regarding the numismatics and other resources that you need, and they will be really readily helpful. And I would like to especially thank Mr. Ishanka P. Gamge from TIIKM Sri Lanka for giving his time and expressing his thoughts regarding what we can do to expand our knowledge and how can we share or manage our knowledge, particularly in the field of social sciences. And I definitely love to thank Gamge for this. And of course, our Vice President Pramod Kumar Ray. So thank you, sir, for a wonderful presentation regarding what we are doing currently, and I hope we will keep on doing this. And thanks to Vishnu for we have already enlightened on this, so I don't think so we need any further words for that. And I know that it was not late, but again we have Directress SAARC who joined little late, and she was busy with her schedule. But thanks to her for expressing her whatever the things related to the research, and particularly when she was talking about the art and architecture, and particularly the Buddhism part also, that really fascinated us. So it does reflect that there is no boundary when it comes to research, and particularly we are talking about the cultural identities. So there is no boundary to that. So we had our first special lecture by Professor Seema Baba, and that was such a wonderful lecture that we should keep an eye on that, because it is something that we were long term waiting for, like what kind of things that has to be dealt with when it comes to the history and archaeology, when you try to intersect and try to interpret between them. So, and which was further followed by a small encounters with our Professor Irfan Habib and our former DG ASI Rakesh Tiwari. So it was that really shows that how the research community is working. So it's not about the tussle that is going. It is about the healthy discussions and conversations that actually help your research grow. Otherwise, if you don't have any discussions, and then if you don't make any kind of judgments or any statements, then it is a dead end. Then there is no need of a research. So research is something that you need to keep on redoing it. So that was really a wonderful lecture by Irfan Habib, and I do know that we have a lot of participation, particularly on that session itself. And then we had the last, but not the least, the Professor Charu Gupta, which she definitely, I know, was also talking about that it is not relevant for history and archaeology, but I personally texted Ishaniji stating this thing, that it is a part of history and archaeology, because there were plenty of papers, particularly in the women and gender history, but it was since we have to restrict ourselves and keep that entire session to be like five to six papers. So in order to do the justice to the session, we have tried to restrict those papers. So there were plenty of papers on women and gender history. So Charu ma'am's place at that point of time, and the talk there was at most needed, and she was able to put forth what are the limitations and what kind of scenario we were been seeing in particularly to the women history in the colonial period. So now talking about the sessions were wonderful, and special thanks to Chair. Like we have our session, epigraphy, sources, and interpretation. Special thanks to Jasser, and Jasser is here, and he's also our chief executive for the Center for History and Archaeology. Without him, we would have been done this conference. So his constant motivation and support, really, he was like just calling me at the very first day, like, Ashu, you need whatever support you need, just let me know, I will be there. So that kind of enthusiastic and energetic team we have, so that really makes you feel good to move with these kinds of endeavors. So we special thanks to our chair for the first session, Jasser, and then moving to the second session, that art and architecture, Professor Ambika Bipin Patel. Thanks to her, and it was a wonderful session where we have talked upon the art and architecture and their aesthetic sense. And the session 3 on political and socio-cultural history, we had Professor S.S. Sundaram. So he was, although he, due to his busy schedule and meeting with the Vice Chancellor, he left in between, but that was also a wonderful lecture. And we able to know about the lot of cultural identities that were being prevailed in across the globe. And say session 4, when we talk about the socio-religious and ritual history, we had Dr. Daljit Singh. So that was also a wonderful lecture. Then he was also trying to explain about his own work in that particular area. And we had lots of enthusiastic papers regarding when it comes to the religious from Harappan to the modern period. So that was really wonderful, and it really amused me. Talking about the session, day 2, session 1, that was we begin with the economic history, trade and commerce and metallurgy. We had Mr. Pratap Chandran. So that was actually a wonderful. We came to know about a lot of what was going around, in particularly in the metallurgy field. Like Amita ma'am, your paper was wonderful, and it does give us an insight into what these kinds of metals played an important role in history also. So it's just not a metal, it's a part of history. So it's like now I can see, like for anything, like even if you give me anything, that I'll say that particular thing has a history. So, and then we talk about the economic history, how the papers been made. That was very innovative when you talk about that. Clothes were used to make papers. So we should rather cutting down trees, we should move to the cloth, because that is more accessible and it won't hurt the environment. And now moving to the session 2, which is on archaeological inquiry, we had Dr. Rakesh Tiwari, the former DG. So it was also a wonderful lecture where we will be talking about a lot of sites that will be coming into existence, or the way he was explaining to the researchers, like this are the new possible areas to be worked upon. It was really wonderful, and it was an enlightening session for the scholars itself, and also for the audience who were actually listening to him. So, and the session 3 on the megaliths and the monuments, we had Dr. Arjun R. So that was also another fantastic session, which actually deals with the megaliths, and particularly when you talk about the memorial stones and all. So it's again a memory. So it's again in history that is coming into existence, and obviously monuments do play a very important role. And there were like Humayun's tomb, which was being talked about. There were other architectural temples like we were being talking about. So that was also a wonderful lecture, like whether it's a temple or whether it's a monument or it's a megalith, it's all an important part of history writing. And then the last session, or 4th session, which was on sites and exploration, we had V.N. Prabhakar from IIT. So we had a wonderful lecture where we were able to know about the new concept of community archaeology. And apart from that, the concept of open air museum, that being a very important part in the modern period. So we can keep on looking into that perspective, like how can we have an open air museum and all these things, like what kind of exploration and excavation is happening around the globe. So that was also a wonderful lecture, the wonderful session. And moving to the last day, we have a wonderful lecture last day also. We begin with the session 1, regional history and historical archaeology. We had Professor Paru Sidhu. So we had a lot of paper from ranging from Rajasthan and reaching to the Punjab and other areas. So we had like imagine a clock tower is also having its own history, and it does represents a lot of things. So we don't have Manmeet. Yeah, we have Manmeet here. So yeah. So it was a wonderful paper, and apart from that, we have a lot of representations towards the Punjab region and also to the Rajasthan, where we talked about the indigenous group. So, and talking about the session 2, which is gender, caste, sex, and religious identities, we had a number of papers, and as I told, it doesn't need an introduction, or it doesn't need a concluding remarks, because we had a lot of paper, particularly to the women. And to be very honest, when I was putting those paper, I honestly feel I didn't do any justice to it, because we had a lot of paper in women, but we can't put it because that's the protocol. We have to keep it 5 to 6 papers. So we had a wonderful lectures, particularly to the women, whether it's a Panchatantra or reaching back to the colonial period, or in between during the Mughal period when you talk about the Haram and all. So, and then moving to the session 3, which is indigenous and tribal history. Although being not an expert in that field, but Manjusha ma'am, thanks to you for having this wonderful session, and she was on point. And then I like the way the chair was actually trying to put forth some of the interesting questions that the researchers can look forward and can answer upon. Like you can also look into your paper from this perspective. So this angle you can think on and then can work upon. So I just love the way ma'am was actually letting the people know about their work, and even the scholars who were actually presenting, they were very enthusiastic to know more about their what is lagging behind and what needs to be done in that particular area. So talking about the final session, that is miscellaneous session, I have no words because we have a lot of questions that is coming into existence at that point of time. So it was, and particularly to Christina. So the paper was really nice, and we know that is why I said that miscellaneous is not that part where we try to put all the rest of the papers. No, it is something which have lot of essence to it, which is just something which cannot be put forward to a particular bracket because it has everything in it. See the way Christina is talking about the art, and then all of a sudden she is reaching back to the more Bollywood, and then so it's a kind of a transition that is she's trying to present over. And apart from that, the way even now, I just want to appreciate Vardhan for being there, even though she's being COVID positive, she was there, and that is actually a symbol, a sign that the COVID is nothing, just a name. That even if you are COVID positive, that doesn't restrict your presentation, so or your paper or your research. And she was one of the example that even though being positive, and I was not knowing, since I apologize for that when I asked her to be little louder. So I was not knowing it, but she was an example for us that COVID is just a mere name, nothing else. So even though we can, even though having this kind of problem, then she was also trying to cope up with that and trying to present a paper. Really appreciated. And we have a lot of other papers like the embroidery. I have no questions over those kinds of papers because that was absolutely perfect, because she tried to put forward the limitations, at the same time she tried to put forward the merits as well. So she covered the entire part that you can't ask any questions or you don't have any doubt on it. That it's with the miscellaneous section was a really wonderful session that we can see at the very end, although being since it was not limited to a particular theme or branch of history or the culture or archaeology. So that was one of the interesting aspects we can look into. So I would really love to thank my team. Like it's not an official vote of thanks. I just want to thank my team. Like my team is you people all, and then special thanks to, I'll begin with the special thanks to our co-convener, Dr. Amita Gupta, for being with us and particularly being with me, like bearing me, like I'm being calling, ma'am, what we can do about this conference. So thanks to you for being very supportive, and it was really a pleasure working with you. I'm telling you, very honest. Even I call it at 11 or 12. Yeah, Ashuji, boliye, kya baat hai? So it was wonderful. So the team is really perfect. So and next I would like to thank Pratishta ji for being here, and then she is always as usual. She just a backbone of our other family, and she really helped us in at most of the cases whenever we were being asked for help, like even for making up this plan to sort out the themes, and she was there. And Ishani ji, thanks to you for being there, and there are no words for you because I know that your work is not visible, but at this very same time, when it comes to like we need someone to represent Azhar, then or represent CHA, then it's you. So thanks to you, because I really appreciate the work you do. And then we have Motilal sir. Motilal sir is special because he is very busy with the schedule, and particularly being in the temple field, architectural field. So he's being busy with the government of Telangana, but he was there to introduce Amita ma'am. So special thanks to Motilal sir for being here and helping us in this conference. And now this is something a bit difficult for me. There is when you talk about the post, it's not about the post, it's about the work we do. So I would love to thank Raman Bhatti for being here. And it was like what we can say, it's the foundation. If you break the foundation, the entire team collapsed. So he led the foundation, and we were just standing on that. So he was the one who literally being here for like 72 hours. And since it's been 72 hours, we are being here, and he was like, what we can do next and what we can do. So it was really wonderful. And I just missed one name, that is Manmeet Kaur. And Manmeet Kaur, really, I didn't miss you. I just wanted to let you know that I really appreciate the work you have done. Like, and I do remember she calls me at 12 or 11, like, what we can do next, ab kya bacha hua hai, what is there left. So thanks to Manmeet for your wonderful help, and thanks because she's the one who actually designed the certificates, and she was the one who was working on the posters. And also thanks to Manmeet. Now, thanks a lot. Amita ma'am, it's not an official vote of thanks. I'm just thanking on my part. And definitely I would love to thank Shaukat, Ritik, for being here and coordinating with the participants. And it was really a wonderful team that you can have, because they know what they wanted, what needed to be done, because we never said that you have to do this thing. They were taking the duties by themselves, and they were doing it. So thanks to Ritik and Shaukat, you did a great job. And last but not the least, it is Shubharjeet. So Shubharjeet, you really you are something which is on paper, not on anything else. Because you are the one who usually prepare the reports. So your presence is on paper, not anywhere else. So I completely agree that you are the one who's having a more strong hold on pen and papers rather than being into showcasing yourself. So thanks to Shubharjeet. And now this is my official thanks to our executive members, Pramod Kumar Ray sir, Prabira sir, and Vishnu ji, Alok ji. Thanks a lot that you really you are like, you just do what you do is you are managing me, to be very honest. Like, I call them and I ask, yeah, you people have to do this. Yeah, they are ready. They are very quick. They can do it at any point of time. They don't need any kind of what you called a back set or a backdrop to work on. So they're like, just tell us, let us know where we have to fill the gap. They are ready to do it. So that is what a team comprises of, and I'm grateful to have you all. So officially, I would love to conclude this first international conference on history and archaeology, exploring recent trends, patterns, and contribution 2021. Although it's 2022, it was scheduled to be held, and planning for having it offline, but but it was difficult, and the Omicron cases were increasing, so it was also a challenging for us. And we made a right decision. Right now, the Omicron cases is increasing. So I officially conclude my concluding remarks, and thanks to all for participating and presenting the paper. Thanks.
Thank you, Ashuji, for your kind words for all of us.
Yeah, one good news, our conference has got international acclamation and wider coverage in international media too. Al Jazeera yesterday has covered, and 2 more newspaper, English version newspaper from Dubai will be publishing today, and they will provide us the clipping. Thank you.
Dr. Amita, I invite you to give the official vote of thanks.
Thank you, Ishaniji. It's quite a difficult job to say vote of thanks, but as I got this responsibility, so I'm trying my best in this for this responsibility. So first of all, Honorable Professor S.M. Jha and respected our President and Head Ashuji. Respected Vice President Dr. Pramod Kumar Ray, and our most valued invited guests and ladies and gentlemen who are available in this platform. And it's my privilege to have been asked to you propose a vote of thanks on this occasion. And I, Dr. Amita Gupta, as Ashuji already mentioned much about me on behalf of our team, and the entire collaborators and organization, even team and crew. Let me call it a fraternity of the history and archaeology scholars, that we are here together for 3 days. And I deem it a great honor to propose the vote of thanks to all who have helped us in making this conference such a resounding success. So I extended my gratitude to our honorable chief guest and collaborators, Dr. Mohammad Ali Rabbani, the cultural counselor and head of Iran Culture House, ISC, Embassy of IR Iran, New Delhi, India. Thank you, Dr. Mohammad Ali Rabbani, for your very interesting and thought-provoking address on the inaugural day. Thank you so much. And a very big thanks to Mr. Ishanka, the founder of the International Institute of Knowledge Management, TIIKM, Sri Lanka, for gracing us by your remarks and presence. Thank you so much, Mr. Ishanka. And I would like to propose hearty vote of thanks to Dr. Riza Abbas, the director of the Indian Numismatic Historical and Cultural Research Foundation, INHCRF, Nasik, Maharashtra, for illuminating us by your remarks. Thank you so much for your presence. And my sincere thanks to Professor Prashanti from the South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation, which is also known as SAARC Cultural Center, Sri Lanka, to take out time from his busy schedule to grace the event. Thank you so much, ma'am. A very big thanks, and I sincerely thanks to Professor Seema Bawa for her efforts towards explaining the visual history and history intersections and interpretation in a very, very fluent way. So even I must mention a deep sense of appreciation and sincere thanks to distinguished Professor Irfan Habib for his explanation of his speech on the problems of interpreting archaeological evidences in reconstructing history. So thank you so much for guiding us and motivating us by your very edifying lecture. We feel proud, and thank you for making us feel very happy with your presence in this conference. And my deepest thanks goes to Professor Charu Gupta for illuminating us by her lecture on re-imaging history, gendering colonial history. Thank you so much for such a wonderful lecture on women, because it's quite interesting that we knew the role of women and what is particularly difficulty the women are facing these days. And thank you again for Professor Seema, Professor Irfan Habib, and Professor Charu for inspiring and encouraging us with your words. My sincere gratitude for the chairperson, like Dr. S.M. Jha for chairing the first session of epigraphy, sources and interpretations. And he successfully concluded the session with his remarks. So thank you so much, Dr. S.M. Jha. I must mention my deep sense of appreciation for Chairperson Professor Ambika Vipin Patel for chairing the second session of Art and Architecture on the first day, and magnificently Dr. Ambika construing the session with her great suggestions to the scholars. So thank you so much, Dr. Ambika. I'm very thankful to Chairperson of the first day, Professor S.S. Sundaram, for chairing the third session of Political and Socio-Cultural History, and successfully he concluded the session with his remarks. And I'm extremely thankful to Chairperson Dr. Daljit Singh for chairing the fourth session of the socio-religious and ritual history, and he also successfully concluded that session. So these were the sessions which would happened in the first day, and now come to the second day of this conference. So my special thanks goes to the Chairperson Pratap Chandran, Professor Pratap Chandran. I'm sorry, I'm wrong. Mr. Pratap Chandran for chairing the first session of the second day on economic history, trade, commerce, and metallurgy. And he was such a nice person that he gave wonderful remarks and wonderful suggestions to our young scholars, and motivated them for by his presence. I must mention my entrance appreciativeness to Chairperson Dr. Rakesh Tiwari for chairing the second session of the second day on archaeological inquiry. Thank you, Dr. Rakesh Tiwari, for valuable suggestions on Zoom cultivation, as well as you enriched us by your very informative remarks on the iron and rice in Gangetic Plains. And also very big thanks to Chairperson Dr. Arjun R. for chairing the third session of the second day on megaliths and monuments, and enlightening us more on megalithic burials. Thank you so much, Dr. Arjun R. My sincere thanks goes to the Chairperson, Dr. V.N. Prabhakar, for chairing the fourth session of the second day on site and exploration. That was very distinctly, you have concluded that fourth session, and also you gave various suggestions to the speakers. So thank you so much, Dr. V.N. Prabhakar, for your presence. So now come to the third day. It is particularly I'm going to talk about today. I'm extremely thankful to Chairperson Professor Parubal Sindhu for chairing the first session of the third day on regional history and historical archaeology. And she was so curious, and her suggestions was so informative that I hope most of the scholars graced by her suggestions. So thank you so much, Professor Paru. I'm immensely grateful to Chairperson Ms. Manjusha for chairing the third session of the third day on indigenous and tribal history. And she very concisely concluded the session. So thank you so much, Ms. Manjusha. I would like to express my gratitude to the Chairperson, our head, and also the team, and the President, Mr. Ashuji, for chairing the fourth session of the third day. That is a miscellaneous session, and you concluded the session very precisely. Even you asked very questions, and even you gave many suggestions to the scholars. Thank you so much, Mr. Ashuji, for chairing this session. So on behalf of extended a very heart vote of thanks to all the speakers for gracing your important work and new discoveries, sharing with us your findings and your opinions in these 3 days with the patients, and also for making excellent presentations and making the seminar interesting and meaningful. Now I would like to thank all the other family. First of all, a special thanks goes to Professor S.N. Jha, the Chief Executive of ASSSR, for providing immense support to make this webinar, this conference successful. And my sincere thanks goes to Vice President Pramod Kumar Ray for briefing about ASSSR and his immense cooperation. So thank you so much, Dr. Pramod Kumar. So further, we are very grateful to our secretary, Mr. Alok Kumar, for moderating our session and for your kind support. Thank you so much, Mr. Alok. And I extended my gratitude to Vishnuji, our joint secretary, for her presence and moderating a session, and also for her valuable ideas and suggestions in this conference, even though she was quarantined amidst the pandemic situation. And also you talked about the future perspective of ASSSR. So thank you so much, Vishnuji, for your support. My sincere gratitude goes to Mr. Pravira for moderating the session and his substantial help, because we are calling anytime to him, and he's always be ready. So thank you so much, Mr. Pravira. My heartfelt thanks to Director Ishaniji for moderating session, and for her help, and particularly the backup help, I must say the backup help, because she is always available for being backup for us. Thank you for always joining us with a very good smiles. Your smile is seriously contagious. So you have been a great addition to our team. Thank you, Ishaniji. I must thank to Director Manmeet for moderating the session and creating all the posters, even media release, as well as for digital media. Your enthusiasm for the work inspires me also to be enthusiastic too. So you are very creative, and what should I say, the particular word, you're very innocent. Thank you, Manmeet, for your hilarious dedication. Furthermore, my sincere gratitude to Mr. Motilalji for moderating the session and his significant support, and my genuine appreciation to Director Ms. Pratishtha Mukherjee, and also to Dr. 2B, Ms. Pratishtha, for moderating the session and always be available for any type of support. So thank you so much, Ms. Pratishtha. I'm also very grateful to our research assistant Subhajit Banerjee for valuable support in writing report, and also academic training for this conference. And I must say, keep it up, because you keep up the work, the great work, Subhajit, because we need you. So I would like further thanks to Ritik Pramod, the overall coordinator. You have been quite active in coordinating with the participants, and Ritik, kindly accept my sincere appreciation for your major efforts. Thank you so much, Ritik. I know it's most awaiting because I'm going to talk about Shaukat Ahmed. He also extremely active and deserves special recognition because he was seriously very active, and he was coordinating with all the participants. So please accept my heartfelt gratitude for your significant contribution. Thank you so much, Shaukat. A very, very special thanks goes to overall coordinator Raman Bhati for technical support, for providing the technical support throughout the conference. And Raman, you are just amazing. Thank you so much, Raman, for your support. Last, not the least, I would like to thanks on behalf of our as a team. I know the words will fall short to say thank you. Our beloved President and Head, Ashuji, for being able to organizing this conference and coordinating to the entire team and encouraging the team time to time by your benevolent support. Thank you so much, Ashuji. And also for managing and guiding the entire team and the conference in such a great way. So, Mr. Ashuji, thank you very much. Thank you. And again, I must thanks to organizing team, the volunteers for working hard for the past few days to make this conference successful. I congratulate all the participants for their active participation, and we are all inspired by your great work, and also for your unflinching support and coordination. So my heartfelt thanks to our senior scholars who joined us, and also researchers and the listeners for your active participation. Thank you everyone once again for making this conference a great success. So please stay at home and stay safe, as the new COVID variant is on a very high stress these days. So thank you so much. Thank you very much for joining us.
I just want to interrupt. Since you said the last but not the least, so it's last but not the least, thanks to Dr. Amita Gupta for helping me. Really, it is really wonderful to have you, because you have done a lot. Because I remember when we are calling the chairs, she's always ready. Like, just give it to me, I'll do it. If you want a report, I'll do it. So there is no words there's no words. Thanks to you. A special thanks to you for being here and making this conference a huge is not just a word, it's a grand success. And I really appreciate that. And thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Ashuji and the entire team.
Yeah, and being since we all know that Vishnu has been under quarantine, and we also have one more director, Manmeet Kaur, now is in quarantine. So imagine the level of that dedication that they, even though they are in quarantine and even their bags are packed, but they are ready to work. They will not going to leave it. So they are always ready to work. So it's just I just wanted to say that the COVID will not hinder researchers' work. It will instead, their work will gonna eradicate the COVID-19. So that is what I feel. So the way we are actually doing this, it's a wonderful event that we can give it to the society. Yeah, thanks. Over to you, Amita ma'am.
Thank you very much, Ashuji. Because today is the last day of our session, so it was seriously very interesting and informative conference, which is particularly organized by Asiatic Society for Social Science Research. So keep joining us, because there are much more surprising things. So keep visiting our page time to time, because you will find very interesting things there, and that is help you in your career and also in your research. So stay safe. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you everyone. Now I request everyone to switch on their camera. We'll have a group picture and then we'll conclude the section. I think it's done. Okay, thank you everyone. Thank you for joining us and make it a successful event.
Thank you, Ishaniji. Thank you to the team. Thank you to the listeners, to the participants, to the presenters. Do join us yet again.
Thank you.